会吃饭吗？
啊，我没听清。
这是什么问题？
我当然会吃饭啊。
我觉得自己相当会吃饭。
谁不会啊？
男人不会吃饭呢？
我不吃饭，我怎么活下来？我能答不会吗？
谈论天气是全世界通用的问候语，而吃了吗，则是中国人打招呼的习惯用法。为什么没人谈论今天吃的到底是什么？当然，我们为什么要在意别人吃什么呢？不过，我们真的在乎过自己吃什么吗？吃什么是一个问题吗？
我吃了番茄炒鸡蛋、火腿肠，还有可乐。番茄和鸡蛋，其他的我就不太清楚了。我觉得好吃的食物就是好的食物。不知道，也不知道。9万人吗？猜不出来，不知道。
大家好。吃什么是一个问题吗？这是我们刚才这段视频的题目。在影片中呢，甚至我们还问到你会吃饭吗？或许这个问题显得非常可笑，尤其是对身处美食宇宙中心的中国人而言。但是对于饮食与健康、与环境与经济发展等很多问题，我们究竟知道多少？这个问题真的了解吗
Do you really know?
我想或许呢，对于今天在场
For all of us
互联网连接
joining here virtually
都应该有各自的观点，甚至有一个趋近的共识。
China,
我想对于更多的来自美食宇宙中心的中国人
really, for Chinese, especially for our global partners, and aware of different ethics, especially against the post-COVID as a new normal, we are shifting our gears towards new dietary patterns, and we have also witnessed the new landscape in China and the rest of the world on food system transformation. So I think this is just a warm-up before we officially kick off this Good Food Summit. And we are also an average consumer ourselves. Hopefully we can give all of us some inspirations. I'm giving you a warm welcome to main forum of the Good Food Summit. I'm Qiu Jiaqiu, media professional, founder of Real Image Media. As an old friend, I joined the third Good Food Summit 2 years ago in Suzhou in 2019, and I remembered that I have met most of us who are joining here online. So I believe during this journey of food system transformation, we are the pioneers and we are on our way towards sustainable food field. I stay tuned with Good Food and their footprints. And here we are already holding the 5th Good Food Summit with a long theme, sharing China's best practice and solutions to sustainable consumption with the rest of the world. It's a very long theme. We may have different interpretations from different experts, key opinion leaders. For me, I'm a media professional including documentary news from Caixin, a very independent, objective local media in China. From my personal observation in the past years, we also really value the hot buttons of the general public, high on the radar of general public, including food security and climate change, public health, rural revitalization, eco-friendliness, resources, etc. These are very high on our agenda, and the sustainable transformation of food system really matters. It is an important determinant behind many of the other social issues. We know we have the last decade towards 2030 SDG. So less than 2 weeks on September 23rd, UN Food System Summit, the very first event will be held by UN. It has reached out to different departments and the UN, including those from the environment, FAO, or any other department to have joined us. We are thinking a very effective way to address these big challenges. And also in the beginning of February, GDF has launched an initiative of China Action Hub for Action Track 2 of the FSS Food System Summit from a series of sessions and campaigns where we mobilize a variety of stakeholders, and we are focused on presenting these results and work with the top experts and scholars at home and abroad to explore how to establish a long-term action and a mechanism of action. And we will also have the best practice award of this year, provide inspiration and also encourage information for fellow colleagues with the excellent exploration of our pioneers. And we also have a panel discussion shifting to sustainable consumption patterns, promoting healthy diets and reducing meat consumption. So now I'm gonna invite Dr. Zhou Jingfeng, Vice Chair, Secretary General of CBC GDF for opening remarks. Dr. Zhou, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. On behalf of CBC GDF, China Biodiversity Conservation and Green Development Foundation, on behalf of Dr. Hu, Dr. Xie, I would like to show a sincere welcome to the successful opening of this year's the Good Food Summit. We really appreciate also organizing committee and the team behind the scene. And also I really appreciate for those who have contributed to the best practice and exploration of good food. And also I want to greet to all the innovators, the trendsetters, pioneers in this field who are about to present their findings and results. The UN convened the Food System Summit in the upcoming 2 weeks later. And we are also glad to hold the 5th Good Food Summit. And we are about to offer a series of innovative cases, relevant cases to share with all of you. And hopefully sustainable food business in China will also be a contributor to the world on food system transformation. And also I'm glad to share with you some of the feedback from the general public. They hope that good food should stay tuned with 2 hot topics. Number 1 is about the package of food. Mid-Autumn Festival in China is coming every year. We also find there are severe overpackaging. There were a lot of waste from the overpackaging. We hope to address the excessive package of the mooncake, no matter how yummy it is. And next is about our carrier food delivery. Many people in China are using the takeaway service. We are not objecting against takeout service food delivery, but again, there was a lot of overpackaged, excessive packaging. For example, a icy coffee, if you order that, there are many insulation material. There are also a lot of CO2, the dry ice. So even if in China, it is still affordable, right? But you have to pay a very big environmental impact, which is not what we can really afford. So I haven't talked to Mia yet, talked to Mr. Gu and Dr. Mr. Jian Yi on the topic yet. So I'm just trying to trigger our thoughts. And these are very hot topics on our radar as well. 2021 witnessed a very important year of China's journey to realizing an ecological civilization backed by our central government. I think food system is very relevant to realize that for the sake of our health, public environment, as well as our human as kind as a whole, we're looking forward to sharing, to discussing, brainstorming on the topics we're going to discuss. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Zhou. You are a key opinion leader. You have multiple titles, and you also leverage the upcoming China's Mid-Autumn Festival. You are greeting us and also talking about a very interesting topic. Thank you. Now I'm gonna also going to invite our next speaker, and who is the founder president of the Good Food Fund, member of the UN FSS Action Track 282 core leadership team, Jian Yi. We knew Jian Yi for many years. starting from documentary and from education, who have done a lot of crossover endeavors. And now Mr. Jian Yi dedicated to the journey of good food, who have gained a very strong momentum, I think. We knew each other from media, from communication, on nitty-gritty details of social development. And also he selected good food as the point of engagement. We want to give the floor to Mr. Jian Yi to give us his sharings. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, dear moderator. Thanks so much, Jia Qiu. You are our partner. You are supporting us to realize food system transformation, as Dr. Zhou has given us open remarks. He has really laid a very important foundation. So when we are talking about CBC, GDF, we promote the food system transformation, and we want to support sustainable and green development, as well as biodiversity protection. This is the 5th year of holding the GFS Good Food Summit. Let's review such a journey quickly. The journey of Good Food Summit also witnesses our journey of promoting food system transformation in China. Yeah, so I'm gonna review with you very quickly, and it will cover many of the milestones of our endeavors we have made, and including some of the innovations we have made. And number one, 4 years ago, 5 years ago, in 2017, we called the name as Good Food Hero Summit. We hope that in the field of food sector, we hope to engage very activists, those who are very active in this field, to join us. Our understanding of good food at that time was very just limited. The journey of Good Food Summit has deepened our understanding on good food and food system transformation. We know that as we are just promoting the transformation, there are two groups of people. Number one, they are promoting so-called green agriculture, ecological agriculture. They have ideals, dreams, but they are also doers. They are young. The other group is that in China, they were promoting vegetarian food in terms of the dietary patterns, moving towards more plant-based, the vegetarian-based food. So we are wondering, for these two groups of people, who are the early adopters, who are very active in the field, we want to gather them together. We can work with each other, understand each other. So that was the very origin. It was quite interesting. We remembered we didn't even form any concept of food system yet, but we did see that in terms of the partnership between each other, we lacked partnership. That was our recognition. We need to take a systematic view and approach against food and the food system. We hope that by engaging with each other year after year from the Good Food Summit, all of us will have the chance of gathering up, and where at the food chain, we hope to promote jointly such a journey. We also have invited many students, youngsters, the students from the universities and colleagues to join us, to also encourage and advocate. And we have also invited researchers. We were glad also to invite even the indigenous activists from Taiwan region, and hopefully to share from their perspective on food transformation. Next page. Yeah, 1 year later, it was held. The first year it was held in Yangzhou, Jiangsu province, not far from Suzhou. And we have like around 200 attendees, and they are also our champions. And they are promoting vegetarians, they are promoting ecological or green agriculture business. At that time, we call them like alumni of Good Food Summit. We have over 200 alumni. The second one was held in Chengdu, Western China. So from the second session, we included new contents. Next page. From the foundation of the first session, we introduced the players from hospitality, catering service providers, managers, but also the special operators of the corporate dining from Peking University, Fudan University. We also have introduced food educators and of course media journalists. We held a round table of journalists. So the Good Food Summit may be a mirror of Good Food Foundation as we deep dive every year in try to bring different stakeholders to the Good Food Summit, and hopefully it will be a very important platform or session to discuss on food system transformation. Next page. There was a very important milestone or topic. In the first session, we didn't have a very clear-cut theme of the topic. We just hope to build a platform of networking every year, once per annum, on food system transformation. Otherwise, we were working like silos in our own sectors without forging a joint force to really release the power of systematic approach. Yeah, from the second session, we really posed a concept of dietary shifts, which was endorsed by Yale Hospitality, one of our really long-term fellows. Apart from Bright Green, I know we have Yale Hospitality, and also we have the CIA's Menus of Change, and of course the Johns Hopkins Center for Livable Future. Next page. The third one, I think many of us are still having a deep memory, which is based on the successfulness in the first two sessions. We held it in Suzhou. Yeah, we have even kids of 5-year-old, yeah, even the students from middle school, universities who joined us on the third session. It was the very first time to hold a youngsters summit, a youngsters forum. That was a quite big improvement. Next page. Compared to the previous two sessions, and we have taken into account some scientific findings, especially from 2019, well, China launch of the Eat Lancet report, and we officially launched the Good Food Pledge and the Chinese word Mao, the Chinese character of veganism, but also China Meat Atlas. Yeah, all of which have a quite influence in China and also to some extent internationally. And also, apart from launching scientific report, we have held the first summit on animal welfare and the chef forum. So in the past, we only have the engagement of chefs, but without holding a forum on chefs' leadership. We have held for the first time 2 years ago on youth forum, but also the first session on Meatless Monday campaigns. Yeah, it has been a very important milestone. Next page. We remember our chef have signed the pledge. Yeah, the consensus we have, and there are some dialogue between the chefs. Yeah. Okay, next. It's last year. It was held just online. And also, we only could be able to hold it online. And we have to have face-to-face discussion. And that was the fourth one. Next page. And as we are promoting further on food system transformation, we have made some also progress. Thanks to pandemic, we use network, we use the live streaming, which is a very important tool for us. So we have a highest number of audience join us virtually. The views reached over 300,000. It was also the very first time that we really worked out a system, a food system as a concept. We invited also the key opinion leaders, experts to give us their observation findings on that. We also shared about the 2050 Food System Vision Prize from Rockefeller Foundation, Mama's Kitchen. We also share our 2030 target that was held on the 4th session last year from Mama's Kitchen to Good Food Hub. Yeah, this year it was also held virtually. We should have a offline session in Beijing, but thanks to the pandemic, the local and regional one, we decided to hold it 100% virtually. This year, we have a very important backdrop. The context is backed by UN FSS. That was historically the first session convened by UN on Food System Summit. And also, this is a very important part for China. And we have the award on China's best practice in the food system. I believe it is so important for all of us to realize the food system transformation. And hopefully all of us can see our leadership, at least some progress and practice we have made. Yeah, what kind of inspiration they can offer. Yeah, we hope to leverage such an approach to encourage, especially to encourage a lot of people who are working behind the scene to move forward. Next page. Yeah, to wrap up quickly. In the past 4 years, now it's already 5 years. We do believe that this is really an annual session, which is not only domestically influential. We also invite our international friends, partners who are very active and who are going to give us a lot of thought-provoking sharings. And they are the very representatives, including the UN arms and also the other organizations from the states, from the rest of the world. And we are promoting the concept of food system. We are still raising the awareness of food system and food system transformation. We also invite stakeholders across the food system. Food system matters not only for China. Globally speaking, food system has also been under-discussed or underestimated. The significance or importance of food system is really, really more than what we are deeming it. You know, we are promoting such a concept to become more popular and really become a topic. We need to have activity and actions together to synchronize with that. And again, we are promoting the food system transformation in China. Hopefully, we can collect important case and a relevant case for the rest of the world. I don't know whether I'm already running behind the schedule. Yeah, so I want to wrap up quickly. This is the 5th session, and UNFSS is really the first time that all mankind sit together, talk about what kind of food system we do need. The food issues involve with all aspects of UN SDG, which require systematic vision, approach, mindset to address that. As we are promoting the transformation of food system, it will be one of the most important opportunities for us in this century. A healthier, sustainable, and a just or fair food system will allow us to advance well in all areas of human. It is important for our security and development and maintain the world peace, and to mitigate against climate change, to realize the biodiversity conservation, realize UN SDG, but also climate goals from Paris Agreement, to help China to realize its dream of rural revitalization, to build a healthy China and an ecological civilization. These are national level policies backed by our President Xi. Yeah, and also the colleagues of the Good Food Fund from also the China Green Development Fund had such a privilege and honor to engage deeply. And we have built UNFSS Action Track 2. It's also China Action Hub. And again, I have to highlight that it offers us a great important opportunity. And as the country with the largest population and one of the largest economies, hopefully China will also play a due pivotal role to promote food system transformation. And we are looking forward across China the best practice, and hopefully to make the case available across the globe. And also we can help us to review, to rethink about the takeaway messages, lessons we could learn, and to tap into opportunities we can work against in the future. And by leveraging such a summit, and we hope to give our role to be further played, and to make the sustainable food system deeply rooted and grow in China, which this session a great success. I want to give the floor back to our moderator. Thank you. You are running behind schedule. It's not a good start. Sorry, nobody reminded me, said Mr. Yi. So, okay, we are reluctant to remind you. It's a very excellent talk. And you have given us such a journey. And as a mirror, which also mirrors the work's priorities every year. And you have introduced a lot of stakeholders. Our partners, as you mentioned, are growing, the numbers which are growing. We are all trying to promote the food system transformation. Mr. Chen, you mentioned about systematic approach and the connections and the humankind as a whole. That has laid a very good tone for us. Yeah, I think it's a very good start. So I have to move on. We're running behind the schedule. And I have to say, all the following speakers have to manage your time. I know all of your contents will be excellent. And I'm going to introduce Mr. Sun Qun, who have multiple titles, who used to be a guru in design field from Beijing International Design Week, and who have a lot of sharing by him. And within our system, food system, he has now an important title, and who is a partner. So in Slow Food, Great China, and the Secretary General, Dr. Sun Qun. So I'm gonna give the floor to Dr. Sun for the sharing. Welcome.
Okay, we can hear you, Mr. Sun Qun. And Mr. Jian Yi, moderators and Secretary General, and our dear friends and colleagues who have put a lot of effort in organizing this summit. Hello, everyone. I know behind every summit, there's a group of hardworking young people. Thank you very much for your contribution to the Good Food Summit. And we have our full respect to you. And this group of young people who have their commitment to the good food. So on behalf of Slow Food International and the CGDF, I would like to extend my congratulations to the Good Food Summit. And I'm now in Suzhou. And in 1986, we have the slow food movement originated in Italy, and everyone needs to enjoy high quality, clean, and fresh food. And this is highly aligned with the Good Food Pledge. In 2020, we have the pandemic, and we also have the outbreak from the wet market. So we have the wet market co-build project. In the middle of this year, we have launched the wet market co-build guideline. We are exploring with the local government to build the nutritious healthy wet market in different cities. We also have like a global village. We have Archivist and Presidia, etc. These projects are dedicated to promote the transformation to sustainable systems and food consumption. And I believe that this is very meaningful. I used to be a designer, and this is a very important opportunity. We have excessive packaging of the food. This is the huge waste of resources. This is a meaningful topic. I really hope that we can have a partnership with the foundation and the other partners at the summit. And we are entering into the action 10 years of the SDGs. The food system transformation is the priority of the 2020 international agenda. And we are going to have the UNFSS. And we hope that with this summit, we can explore these topics together. We can have in-depth discussion and contribute to the solutions for the transformation of the food system. And this year, we also have the selection of the annual best practice. And I really look forward to meet the adventurers and the pioneers in these areas. And I believe that there will be a lot of inspirations for our colleagues and friends, including the Slow Food International. And thank you very much. I wish the summit a complete success. Thank you, Mr. Sun Jun, for your remarks. And Mr. Sun is in Suzhou focusing on the design work, and really hope that we can have friends from different sectors providing different inspirations from different sectors. And next we have another good friend and very important person, the Dean of China Philanthropy Research Institute of Beijing Normal University. And Mr. Wang is one of our old friends to the Good Food Summit and the Good Food Fund. So let's listen to Mr. Wang. Hello, everyone. First, on behalf of Beijing Normal University, China Philanthropy Research Institute, and Hainan Asia Research Institute, I would like to extend our congratulations to the successful opening of the 5th Good Food Summit. This is a very meaningful summit. China entered into the stage of high quality development, and we have seen the continuous spreading of the pandemic across the whole world. And at this important timing, we have the online summit. Also, we have seen a variety of topics, and it is the first time we have the Best Practice Award and also the Visionary Award. These two awards, I believe, can encourage a lot of people and the generation, a lot of excellent cases to guide our work and to have more people to get to know of our work. And I also believe that the themes and the topics of the summit can encourage the in-depth engagement into the high quality development of China. The good food involves health, sustainable development. Also, it can guide the people to rethink about the food we eat and to redefine our good relationship with the food. So it's about everyone, every household, everyday life, and every meal. And it's even connected to the food we consume every day, like the snacks, the staple food, etc. It's also related to the food development, the use of food, the plants and the animals, etc. And it's about the food we collect and the way we process the food and the way the food system grows. So at the time of the 5th Good Food Summit, I really hope that it can better guide the people and we can make a contribution to the sustainable development of the whole world under the framework of UNFSS. And we really hope we can have a complete success of the summit and expand our influence. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Mr. Wang. And this is a recorded session from Mr. Wang. And we thank Mr. Wang very much for your support. And we are going to invite Dr. Martin Frick, the Deputy to the Special Envoy of UNFSS.
Hello, and thank you everybody for inviting me to the Good Food Summit. It's a pleasure to be here for the second time, and I wanted to congratulate the organizers of doing such a massive mobilization. As you know, the summit, which is going to take place on the 23rd of September, has an unprecedented engagement process. We have been organizing national level dialogues in 147 countries, many of them still ongoing, we have reached between 100 and 200,000 people. And in our action tracks, we have collected more than 2,200 solutions, which you see in a compressed form on the 54 solution clusters on the foodsystems.community website. In all of this, healthy diets from sustainable food systems are a centerpiece. And as we have prepared this summit in the time of COVID-19, it is more evident than ever how closely linked our food systems are with human health, but also how our choices as individuals are influencing the global well-being and the future of our planet. I would really like to commend you for integrating civil society and all actors of your society in being part of this discussion and being part of the discussion. And the Good Food for All campaign is trying to do exactly that, to follow this example, to integrate everybody into a global discussion around how we need to change our food systems, what we need to do to make our food systems more inclusive, more fair, but also more in tune with the planet's finite resources. So when we are going to meet in a couple of days in New York, unfortunately in a virtual format as the COVID crisis is more with us, we will hear from many world leaders about their national plans in transforming food systems to work within the boundaries of this planet. And in that, it will be most important that we are focusing on our individual choices, that we are focusing on our collective choices, and that we are presenting initiatives and coalitions that help us coming through on all 17 SDGs. And as you know, in the action track process, some new coalitions were formed, including a coalition on healthy food from sustainable production. But there's also a whole range there of existing initiatives. We are building a coordination hub that will help connecting countries with these different initiatives and coalitions. We would like to invite you to be a part of that work. And again, the foodsystems.community website gives you a good indication and contact points of people to coordinate. But the change is really happening only if we mobilize all of the global population. So the summit is really not an endpoint, it is a start point for the next 9 years, which are remaining until the achievement, hopefully, of the 2030 agenda. And so I hope that everybody who is listening here, who is participating in the Good Food Summit, will also become an ambassador for better choices, better diets, more harmonious relationship with nature, and that your example will be one that many will be following. So thank you again for having me here. Congratulations on the event, and I hope that you are starting a fire here that will be with us for the next 9 years remaining until the achievement of the 2030 agenda. Thank you very much, and a great event to you.
Thank you. 也非常感谢 Martin Frey 博士对中国行动平台的肯定。正如他所介绍
Thank
的
you very much, Dr. Martin, for your recognition of the Good Food Summit. And there are a series of coalition in the preparation of this summit. The healthy food and sustainable food system is one of the priority. And in the 3 days of the Good Food Summit, we will have in-depth discussion on this topic. And next, we would like to have the keynote presentation. We have a very excellent content to share with you, and we are first to have the country director in Asia Pacific Division of International Fund for Agriculture Development, Dr. Matteo. Please.
Distinguished guests, partners, and colleagues, let me first of all thank the Global Food Fund and the China Biodiversity Conservation and Green Development Foundation for having invited IFAD, the International Fund for Agricultural Development, to share its views at this very important summit and on this very important topic. shifting sustainable consumption patterns. This summit precedes by just 2 weeks another very important summit, the UN Food System Summit, which will be held in New York on the 23rd of this month. And I'm sure that the key messages from this summit will inform the Food System Summit. This is a critical moment to change the way food is produced, processed, sold and consumed. The health of all people and of our planet depend on it. The recently released State of Food Security and Nutrition Report 2021 confirmed that there was a dramatic increase in global hunger in 2020. Hungry levels increased in 2020 due to climatic change, conflict, poverty, and impacts of COVID-19 pandemic. 1 in 10 people is hungry. 1 in 3 don't have food access all year round. And 3 billion people cannot afford a cheap, healthy diet. Our global food systems are failing to sustainably produce food in a way that gives all people access to healthy diet and decent incomes. Urgent change is needed. We need to get our food systems right to get our world right. Food systems need to be radically transformed if we want to tackle all the major issues of our time: climate change, hunger, poverty, migration, conflict, health crisis. This requires political will, increased and redirected financing, and target investments. Most importantly, rural people need to be at the center of any change. They produce at least a third of world food and up to 80% of food in communities in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. If you want to fix food system, listen to the people who work in them. So let me share 4 messages that my organization, the International Fund for Agricultural Development, an organization whose mission is to fight poverty and food insecurity in rural areas worldwide, and who has been working and listening to rural people for over 4 decades, would like to convey to this summit. First, put rural people in the center of food system change. They need access to inputs and markets, access to financial services, access to technologies and information, and increase resilience to climate, economic, and health shocks. Second, listen to people. Ensure that rural people are heard and consulted when seeking for solutions. Third, make food system fair and more equitable. Food systems depend on people labors, and those who work in them must earn decent livelihoods. There is huge income-generating potential in food processing, transport, and marketing. This has the potential to create employment or businesses for millions of rural youth who may otherwise migrate. Fourth and last, harness financing. Better food systems need better finance. Change comes at a cost, but there are huge opportunities. Transforming food systems that deliver healthy communities, a healthy planet, and a healthy economy estimated to require about 300 to 250 billion a year for the next decade, but could have economic gains to society of up to 5.7 trillion annually. With these messages, let me thank once again the organizers for inviting IFA to share its views on this important topic, and let me wish a very successful event. 谢谢。
非常感谢这个马泰奥先生。
Thank you very much, Mr. Matteo. Thank you for sharing with us your perspectives about rural areas, farmers, and the agriculture. And this is highly related to the achievement of 17 SDGs. And this will be also very inspirational for the rural area development in China. And we need to have transformation of the system, and the rural areas are a very critical area of it. Thank you very much, Mr. Matteo, for your 4 key messages. And then next, we'd like to invite Mr. Roy Steiner, the Senior Vice President for the Food Initiative at the Rockefeller Foundation. And he will talk about the innovation. Let's welcome Mr. Roy.
Thank you so much for inviting me to this really important event. You know, China has such an important role to play in the future of the global food system. And I wanted to first congratulate the Good Food Fund for winning the Rockefeller Foundation's Food System Vision Prize. Their submission, the Mama's Kitchen, was one of 1,300 organizations that articulated a future food system for their local area. And your submission really stood out for its vision of a plant-forward future. It also aligned with so many of the other themes we saw and heard from everyone around the world. You know, people really want a different food system. We heard people talk about how food is community. Food is part of a new economy. It can be part of economic transformation. Food is medicine. It really is the source of healing and can eliminate so many of our current medical expenditures. Food is also a source of resilience. It allows us to come back and bounce back, and if we create the right system, we can all benefit. And finally, food is reconciliation. It is a way to bring so many groups together that wouldn't normally work together because we all depend on food. I wanted to just share two projects we have been really engaged in, which I think has broad application to the future food system. One is the need for us to bring in true cost accounting, or true value accounting as it's often called, which is to look at the entire system and see the costs and benefits. We just did this for actually the country of the United States and found that we spend a little over $1 trillion on food, but that food system creates well over $2 trillion worth of costs. So $1 trillion of healthcare costs and about $1 trillion of costs, including environment, biodiversity, and economic opportunities. So, you know, we have, in a sense, created a value-destroying system, and yet food is the answer to so many of our problems. We can create a food system that's a value-creating system, and in order to do that, we need to actually transform so many different dimensions in order to make that happen. And I think as a world, we're really trying to grapple with this with the United Nations Food Systems Summit, and it really is pointing us in very exciting and important new directions. The second thing I'd like to share with you is the importance of really understanding our food in new ways. You know, we're just starting to learn that we don't really understand the food that we're eating. A common food composition database that most governments hold only measure about 150 biomolecules. Yet we know there's 20,000 plus nutritionally important biomolecules in a diet potentially. And yet, so we're missing out on understanding and measuring 99% of the molecules that make up our diet. And we need to understand that because that has huge implications for our microbiome, for regulating function, for our overall health. And will help us understand why regenerative food is more healthy, how food can be used for healing, etc. So I think those are two very exciting ideas to see the world and the food system from a system perspective, and really looking at all the costs and benefits, and then really trying to understand the food that we're eating so we can really select and consume the foods that are good for us, for the planet, and for our communities. Thank you so much for letting me share those thoughts.
感谢这个 Royal Steiner 先生，也感
Thank you
谢
so much. We really thank so much for you for giving us such an important award on Mama's Kitchen, recommended by Good Food Fund. And Roy Steiner has also mentioned about how to calculate the real cost, and also especially from a systematic approach. They completed calculation in the US, which has paid like a $2 trillion. So what does that mean for China? So we need to really understand further about what's really healthy food. He mentioned a lot of perspective for us to realize our campaigns. We need innovation across the community. We really appreciate Roy Steiner for such a sharing as a very valuable point. And also now really appreciate I'll have more and more people in our live streaming. We thank all the audience. We thank, actually, we have 2 platforms, Kechang China, and we have multiple local live streaming platforms, Baidu, Kuaishou, TikTok, Bilibili, Weibo, Weishi, YouTube, variety of the video platforms are offering the live streaming of this session. Yeah, we don't have a face-to-face, but we will really reach out to more audience from the virtual session by 9:30. So we already have, let's say, more than 60,000 views. And that has triggered our thoughts a lot. We are move on to an important launch ceremony of Meatless Monday China. We are gonna invite our old friend, Miss Peggy New, the global president, Meatless Monday, and we also have Ho Bing, Melinda Ho. They will give us the sharing. First of all, I want to give the floor to Peggy New. The floor is yours, Peggy.
Thank you very much. Greetings from New York City, and I'm really thrilled to be able to join you. Hopefully next time it will be in person. I had the privilege to meet many of you in Suzhou 2 years ago, so I'm wishing that next year will be in person. So I'm thrilled that China will be joining the Meatless Monday movement, and I also am just so happy that this summit is being devoted to practical solutions and practical examples and best practices. So it's great that I have the opportunity to kick it off by just sharing one program that has resonated in different places around the world. So I will share my screen and share a brief PowerPoint. So just starting with Meatless Monday and giving you a bit of the history. It started in 2003. It was founded by Sid Lerner, a former advertising executive with the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health. And they currently serve as our scientific advisor. And then in 2009, Sir Paul McCartney started Meat Free Monday in the UK. And then, as many of you know, David Young in 2012 started a Green Monday in Hong Kong. And he, of course, has gone on to be a real innovator in developing plant-based meats and distributing them throughout the world. After that, it really became viral, and it took root in over 40 countries and 20 different languages. Some say meatless, some say veggie day, but the main thing that all of these initiatives have in common is just to encourage people, you know, 1 day a week to dedicate themselves to having a plant-based diet. And I think there are a number of reasons that it has resonated in so many different cultures and so many different contexts. And one is that it's just so simple. You know, you just say Meatless Monday, you know what to do and when to do it. The second thing, it's easy. You know, 1 day a week is not a big ask for people. And then the third is that it just has a broad appeal. It's very flexible and can be used by a variety of individuals and organizations to accomplish their own goals. And we very much encourage people to take it and make it their own. And just some examples of what people are doing around the world. You know, Meatless Monday is promoted in schools to get kids to eat healthy meals and also teach them about the benefits of eating more vegetables. You know, some of these pictures are from Philippines, Edinburgh, Scotland, and Sao Paulo. Kids every Monday doing the same thing. Chefs use Meatless Monday to show creative ways to put vegetables at the center of the plate and also attract new customers. The chef on the left, John Fraser, actually was one of the first chefs in New York City to start a Meatless Monday, and it was so successful, he's gone on to start a vegetarian restaurant. Food media influencers have a weekly platform that they can promote plant-based recipes and also extend their reach. Farmers can promote plant-based products that preserve biodiversity. And I'm very proud that we're working with Slow Food around the world to do just that. You know, there's so many producers and farmers of plant-based products like beans, and you know, Slow Food is really using the Meatless Monday platform to highlight them and encourage people to try them in different dishes. And whole cities promote Meatless Monday as part of health and sustainability policies, from Ghent, Belgium to Barcelona and here in New York City. The gentleman on the left, Eric Adams, actually started Meatless Monday in New York City schools and hospitals. And I'm happy to say he's the Democratic nominee for mayor and will most likely be the next mayor of New York City, a passionate vegan and supporter of Meatless Monday. So having a good idea that has a broad appeal is not enough to create a movement unless you're really meeting a need. And that's where the meatless part of Meatless Monday comes in. And I think a lot of speakers are going to talk more about this, but I would just like to say that reducing meat meets a variety of sustainable development goals. Reducing meat reduces the incidence of chronic preventable diseases, preserves natural resources like water and land, reduces greenhouse gas emissions. And I think, you know, it's really a model of sustainable consumption because it's week after week after week. And so therefore it can build habits over time. But having a great idea that meets a need still isn't enough to create a movement. And that's where Monday comes in. And as we all know, changing healthy behavior and creating habits can be really hard. But Monday incorporates many of the elements that experts think can make behavior change easier. And the first thing about it, and people kind of take it for granted, but it builds on an existing pattern, which is the week. You know, that 7-day cycle of the week is a unit of time that most cultures around the world use to organize their lives. And the days of the week are what orient us about where we are, what we're doing, and even how we feel. And Monday, as the first day of the week, has a significant cultural association that we all share. Our research shows that people see Monday as a chance for a fresh start. And it's when it comes to health, people start diets and exercise regimens. They quit smoking on Monday, and they search for health information on the internet on Monday more than any other day. But our ultimate goal is also not to just stop at Monday, because we know from our research that if people try a plant-based diet on Monday, they're more likely to incorporate meatless meals and more fresh fruits and vegetables the rest of the week. And then most people find they don't even miss the meat. So the thing that then, you know, to point out about the sustainable part of this is that Monday comes around every, you know, single week, every 7 days. So it really can be that cue that can sustain healthy habits over time. But I think the most powerful aspect of Monday as a behavior change idea is that we can do it together because it's a specific time, people are together in a specific place. It can be a shared ritual, whether it's at home, school, or work. And even if we're not physically together, we can feel connected to people that are taking the same small action because we share the same values of wanting to eat healthier and eat in a way that can benefit the planet. So in summary, I am thrilled to be working with the Good Food Fund to bring Meatless Monday to China. And I know that all of the other advocates around the world will learn from and be inspired by the special way that China ends up implementing the campaign. And I think I'm going to be handing it to Melinda, who's going to, you know, talk more about that. But again, thank you very much, and please visit, you know, our websites for more information.
Thank you very much, Peggy. 不知道 Peggy 的这个最后的英文那一段是谁翻译的？
Thank you so much. I think that we really like that translation. And from Meatless Monday, I think it is so namely clear. And while we're having such an opening video, we find that for the general public, if we are going to make a change on food for Chinese, it is really not that easy for general public. I mean, yeah, how we can motivate people so they can feel self-motivated to kick off their journey. Meatless Monday remains a great idea. It is relatively more relaxed, comfortable, easy to be understood. So this is really a good idea out of the transformation. I personally also really appreciate Meatless Monday for such a global initiative. So it has been spreading out across more than 40 countries, like 20 languages. Hopefully China is also really a big homeland of yummy food. It will be spread out successfully. Okay, now I think I want to give the floor to Melinda Miss Hobin, Executive Director of Good Food Fund, CBC, GDF. And also the floor is yours. Melinda, thank you. Thank you, dear moderator. So you can see my screen sharing. Yes, we can. So I really appreciate Peggy New. Thank you so much for your excellent introduction on Meatless Monday Global. It's a very sophisticated introduction. And now it's also my turn to introduce some of the other programs. Firstly, is the overall direction for Good Food Pledge. We are one of the earliest player in China to promote the food system transformation on especially sustainability and going healthy. So Good Food Pledge covers 8 parts: healthy diets, reducing waste, and sustainable recycling, local and seasonal, biological diversity, food education, animal welfare, and a plan forward. Yeah, out of the 8 priorities and Good Food Pledge, can we practice a sustainable food? To some extent, Good Food Pledge plays also a very important role, especially in China. And it's a big framework, and also this is also our overarching direction. So I'm going to share with you the programs. First, as Peggy introduced, starting from 2003, Meatless Monday initiative started its journey, and it has been very well practiced in more than 40 countries, regions. And also we know that if there would be a global, like a ranking to select the most well-known, healthy, sustainable food initiative or campaign, I think Meatless Monday will be one of the top ranking ones. I'm so glad that Good Food Foundation has joined the family of Meatless Monday. We established our team. We are promoting especially initiatives on public health, animal welfare, carbon neutrality, and biodiversity conservation. We also give it a Chinese naming. It's called Shu Shi Zhou Yi, Meatless Monday. Shu in China means vegetable. Shi means comfortable. So on Monday, it is very fit for selecting a plant-based vegetarian food. It will be a burdenless week to kick off your journey of a new week. 舒适周一, a Meatless Monday will give you a comfortable or for a happy week. So Meatless Monday will reach out to different players from schools, from universities, chefs, etc. And it will build a hub to promote a healthy diet, and so that we can raise their public awareness and facilitate behavior change. So we'll focus on awareness raising, communication, promote business engagement, offer the updates on global policies and toolkits of implementation, and promote policy innovation. Starting from publicity, awareness raising, and promotion or communication, you may be aware that in the past decade, there are many pioneers institutes embracing for sustainability and health. We are talking about a VEG on Monday and 1 day for VEG per week, but none of which can be as influential as that of Meatless Monday, because many of which are happening within a certain scope of people, of target audience. And we do need to promote that. We need to raise the voice, and we are connecting with the organizations on healthy diet, sustainable diet, to reach out to the rest of China, especially here. And also we are raising our voice and by leveraging the internet to organize the webinars and raise our influence across the globe. At the end of last year, 2020, and we have also a very important relay gala banquet. We have invited over 60 guests from 20 countries, regions across 24 time zones, especially to show their year-end dinner. And the philosophical concept behind that, it attracts 650,000 viewers across the globe to watch the live broadcast. This year will continue on the last day of 2021. We will work out also a Meatless Monday, a New Year's Eve dinner relay. We'll invite the key opinion leaders, consumers, institutes, restaurants, communities from all over the world who are practicing Meatless Monday to share their own practice to kick off a new way with plant-based diets as celebrating for the coming of the new year. And also when it comes to business engagement, we're going to promote the enterprises as well as the dining halls of the school lunch service, canteens, you name it. We are targeting students and office workers, and we want to change the patterns in those dining halls. It will have impact on the consumers, the diners, and all of these healthy dietary habits will be brought back to home to influence the rest of their family and more people. And apart from the stakeholders I just mentioned, we are also offering certificates, offer training sessions, campaigns for the institutes, individuals. We are also facilitate the establishment of the Meatless Monday Alliance in China, promoting the formation of a very healthy dietary habits, regardless of still a new program. And we already have the very first batch of partnership. For example, we partner with the Hanlong Group. We know we are promoting also in Shanghai, also in the rest of China from the Hanlong Plaza. And also here we can see from our website and the WeChat public account of Meatless Monday, we are offering updates on global trends, global policies, like Johns Hopkins and other authorized institutes, the scientific news, information, best practice, recipes, and also Meatless Monday program together with our chef program. And also we're offering the institutional catering players, the training. If anyone who are interested in joining the Meatless Monday practice, no matter your organizations or individuals, you may register on our website, on Meatless Monday's website. We will also upload the other information onto the website soon. When it comes to policy, we hope that our exploration, our action report will be submitted to the government competent authorities, policymakers, to offer advisory information to a healthy China national policy. And besides, we are also going to move forward on the other topics listed here: chef leadership, meal catering, reach out to the urban communities. And we are promoting Mama's Kitchen, and hopefully it will be linked with animal welfare. And we stay tuned, especially this year. This year is another important year of promoting sustainable diet. Starting from second half of this year, we are promoting this nutrition and health professionals network. And we are offering the youth program this year to offer them the opportunity and to align themselves with the sustainable food sector. And also, we are talking about a Meatless Monday, and this is the chef program. And these are the two sessions, experience the hands-on experience. So this is Meatless Monday, the offline campaign. They can embrace for the plant-based food, plant-forward food, and for any individuals and institutes join us, just starting from your minor change, where we benefit ourselves and the mother planet. Thank you very much. Thank you also Peggy again. Thank you, Melinda. Thank you for sharing with us for both of you. Meet This Monday campaign. So we really enjoy your translations. It's really very catchy. And also Melinda mentioned the website of Meet This Monday. You can see the link from our chat box. Last year, I remember the relay. It was very interesting. Also looking forward to this year's experience.
世界各地的人们用舒适周一开启一个新的一年。那好，感谢 Peggy 和
And thank you for both Peggy and Melinda. And thank you again.
Thank you.
We are looking forward also to the following campaigns afterwards. So UN, the Food System Summit, and we are holding the FSS Dialogue China Action Hub for 10 sessions, as well as the campaigns involved by the small and medium-sized business and the youth agenda. And many stakeholders in China are empowered to engage into the Food System Summit and contribute themselves with many local solutions. So I'm gonna also invite Ouyang Huiyu, the Food Policy Officer from the Good Food Fund, to give us the introduction. And also, it's already 10 o'clock, so more than 100,000 views have joined us.
Hello. Hello, Mr. Huiyu. We do not get the sound from Mr. Ouyang. Please wait a moment. So this is Mr. Ouyang sharing his screen. Maybe he is not unmuted. So let's remind Mr. Huiyu to unmute himself. So while Mr. Ouyang is fixing the audio, and let me share a little bit information about our live streaming online. We have the media giving us a lot of support, spreading our information, and we have the photo live streaming and the video live streaming online. We have China.com, and we have 科技中国 Science and Technology Worker website, and let me check whether Mr. Ouyang is connected to audio. So maybe this is a technical problem. So is it okay that we have the next speaker, or let's try to fix the technical problem for Mr. Ouyang? Let me check. And sorry for the technical challenge. There's an advantage of using online platform. We can have more people connected, but there are also some problem brought by technology, and the pandemic might be with us for a long time. And when we talk about the 2030 SDGs, there's no pandemic yet, and now we have only 10 years to achieve our SDGs. And at the beginning of this 10 years, we have the outbreak of the COVID-19. Until today, we still have the COVID-19 spreading across the world in many different regions, and this is a very big challenge for us. So with the pandemic, in the next 10 years, how to achieve the 2030 SDGs, that is a huge challenge and a lot of tasks in front of us. And we are going to have the UNFSS, and we have today the Good Food Summit. And we hope that we can have a very good and successful starting of the 10 years. Hi, okay, okay. So now we have Mr. Ouyang. I'm sorry for the technical problem. So can you hear me clearly? Sound and clear. Perfect, please. Thank you, Jiaqiu. And dear meeting participants, good morning. And in the 5-year time, Good Food Fund plays as the platform to connect everyone like the makers and the innovators in business sectors. And it is a platform to spread the information, connect everyone together and to transform the food system. And the UNFSS is a rare opportunity to promote the work. And we have the Good Food Summit deeply involved in the processes of the UN Food System Summit. At the beginning of this year, the shifting to healthy, sustainable consumption patterns in synergy with other APs, and the platform was established. And we have done a series of successful work to support the power from different sectors to overcome the language challenge and the media challenge, to motivate all the resources and powers to contribute to the process of the UNFSS. And we have organized 10 China dialogues to support the action track 2 of UN Food System Summit. We also have covered other topics of the action tracks, and we have over 200 representatives joining our China dialogues, and they have an in-depth discussion sharing their best practice and the challenges in their everyday practice. And we also have over 1 million people joining us, watching us online. And we also have the regional and global dialogue under the leadership of the UNFSS, and we have motivated over 50 enterprises from the Chinese-speaking areas to participate in this competition. And we have 2 winning enterprises, and they have been awarded as the top 50 enterprises across the world. And the youth are very important for the process of the UNFSS. And we have the Act for Food, Act for Change, China Youth Pledge. We have a series of local activities. We have signed the Youth Pledge, and we also have voting on the commitment to the 70 SDGs. We also have the bloggers, and we have competitions, and we have a series of events and activities. The platform is to promote the influence and the leadership of the youth and enable them to participate in the different processes of the Food System Summit. And this is a very important resource of power in China as well. And a lot of voices and actions of the Chinese youth have been demonstrated on the platform and been seen by a lot of people. And we have the network gathering the actors in China so as to promote the awareness of the general public, especially the youth in China, and promote the transformation of the food system. And we have the online questionnaires and the surveys, and we also have had the selection and awarding of best practices. And today's summit, we will present the best practice award so that you can see the inspirations and ideas from these people. We hope it can be very insightful. And we have the participation of a lot of shareholders, and we have achieved the consensus. First, we have identified the key challenges facing sustainable consumption, and we also have the sustainable consumption of healthy food, which is plant forward. This is very meaningful for the future continuous development. And all the participants need to make a continuous effort to promote the transformation transformation of the small consumption behaviors. And there's also pre-summit sessions with the high-level dialogues. We have identified the key areas of actions for policy making, for example, the systematic food governance and the fiscal subsidies and monetary policy to support food system transformation. We have a deep engagement with the practitioners in the food system, and we have realized that the role of innovation and investment. We need to empower the chefs and the dietitians. They are very critical people to accelerate the alternative protein, and we shall establish and improve industry standards and the labeling system. We also talk to the experts and the decision makers how to grasp the external opportunities. For example, abolishing the cage system in the EU. And we also have identified the key areas for actions for public engagement, youth empowerment, and education. We need to create a durable environment so that different group of people, especially the youth, can be engaged. And we also need to have the career development path for them, attracting them to work on the transformation of the system. President Xi Jinping has pointed out that China attaches great importance to the food system transformation, and we have the representatives from China to all 5 action tracks of the UN Food System Summit. And this is an important step for China to make to expand our influence in the food system across the world. In the half years, the work of the fund has been very well recognized by the international agencies and the experts. And in the summary report, the proposal from China has been recommended and served as a good example to other countries. The Food Summit is the starting point for our future work, and we plan to continuously organize a dialogue and establish a platform to connect everyone and incubate more projects and have the innovation hub projects so that we can support each other and achieve synergy for future development. Now we gather for 3-day summit, and we really hope that we can have a discussion and explore the long-term action plan for good food and the food system transformation. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Mr. Ouyang Huiyu, and it's very insightful. And the Good Food Fund has been working a long time on the pledge. And we have the theory, we have the methods to achieve concrete results. And thank you very much, Mr. Ouyang, for giving us this information of the results we have achieved. And 2021, the Good Food Fund has participated in a lot of work of the UNFSS, and there are a lot of China dialogues, and there are over 200 representatives participating in the dialogue, and there's over 1 million Chinese people viewing or listening to us on the internet, and this is very helpful for us to go global. And there are also 2 enterprises that is included in the top 50 enterprises, and this is a very good and successful result. And I guess you really look forward to the unveiling of the best practice awards, and you might be wondering what are the best practices. And now we will move to an important part of today's summit. We would like to invite Melinda to host the awarding ceremony for the best practice, and we also will invite the winners to express their feelings. So let's welcome back Mr. Melinda Hall. Thank you, Jiaqiu. Let me share my screen. Can you see my screen? Yes. Thank you very much, Jiaqiu. Now, I would like to present the best practices. And China has the world's largest population, one of the largest economies. So China plays a very important role in building a healthy, more sustainable food system. And China is also showing the leadership and the responsibility as a major economy in the world on the global arena. We have seen a series of good practices in the food system area. So before the UN Food System Summit, we would like to draw your attention to this topic, and we select and collect the best practices across the whole country so as to promote further changes in the future. And we have got the 36 cases from 8 provinces and regions, and they are related to the 8 topics of a good food pledge. And we have a one-on-one communication with these 36 projects, and 24 projects have been included in our collection. And among the 24 projects, they are very helpful for at least one of the topic of the pledge. And we have considered the following information. For example, how the project contributed to the sustainable food system, and what is the long-term impact? Is it consistent? Is there a long-term action plan? Is the project replicable and reproduced in other locations? And is it innovative enough? So based on these criteria, so we have 3 awards. We have the Best Practice Award, we have a Food Vision Award, and we have a Food System Friendly Awards. And they are presented to these 24 enterprises or projects. And now let's get into the awarding ceremony. First is the Best Practice Award. And we would like to invite Mr. Zhou Jingfeng, Dr. Zhou Jingfeng, the Vice Chairman and Secretary General of CBCGDF, to reveal the winners of this award. And the Best Practice Award winners for the Plant Forward have Oatly, we have Gufu Consulting and Xiaolou Restaurant. For animal welfare, we have the Gansu Province, the Lutuoling Environmental Development Center, and the Lanzhou University Oak Lab, the team led by Professor Long Ruiji, and the Happy Ag Agriculture Development Beijing, and Beijing Lutuo Agricultural Corporation. For healthy diet, we have the winner, that is the Public Health School of the Zhejiang University. And for reducing waste, the winner is the Deforestation China. And for local and seasonal, we have a Share and Harvest Beijing Agriculture Development Corporation. And for the recycle and the sustainable, we have the Nature Creation Beijing Technology Corporation. For food education, we have the Tasty Natural School, and we also have a Road to Future Photography Studio. Congratulations to the winners of the Best Practice Awards, and let's learn from these winners. Thank you very much, Dr. Zhou Jingfeng, and congratulations to our winners. Now let's listen to our winners, and please allow me to give a brief introduction to them. And first we have Oatly, is from Scandinavia, and it's a plant-based product, one of the most famous products across the world. And they have a clear vision and mission for sustainable development. After getting into China, they work with the coffee chain stores, and they use the oatmeal to replace milk. And this is a wave of a plant-based milk in this coffee, and this avoids the separation between the baby cows and the mother, and this is not helpful for the care of the animals. And oatmeal is a very good replacement for the cow's milk, and we have the award for Oatly, and this is GFIC. and there's not much research is connected to the industry, and Gufu has realized that this problem, and they encourage the young researchers to join the ecosystem, and this is an important mission for GFIC, and the perspective of Gufu is very unique, and we would like to present the award to Gufu, and this is a solo restaurant since 2019, as we have launched the Good Food Pledge. It is one of the first restaurants to implement all the 8 topics of the pledge, and it has the most unique approach for the Good Food Pledge. And some restaurants only have a vegetarian menu, and some have mainly the meat in their menu, but Xiaolou is one of the very few that have the mainstream menu as the plant-based, but they also have some meat options. So this is a very good way that we can offer the chance to the general public to have a try of the plant-based meals. And the next is the Grassland and the Oak Lab of Lanzhou University, the team led by Mr. Wang Ruijun, and the industrial farming of the livestock account for 30 to 40% of the consumption of food, and there are 100 million people in the world still suffer hunger, and this is a huge waste of food in the world. And in the world, there are some areas that cannot be used for farming, but they can be the good places for the livestock rising. And the Tibet Plateau of China is one of these reasons, and they have the highest level of animal fare, and there's no consumption of food, and the environmental footprint is less than industrialized farming, and this also supported the locally livelihood. And this kind of farming system haven't attracted a lot of attention, and the Professor Long Ruijun team has the dedicated study on this farming system, and they really hope that this can replace the current intensive factory farming. So we are presented the annual best award. Best practice award to this project, and this is the Gansu and the Lituolin, the Grain Camelbell Environmental Development Center, and due to some uncertainties, there is a not a free shift of ranging in these areas, and the Green Camel Bell has organized the household to establish a cooperative so that they have the rotation of farming, and this can reduce the potential risk on the environmental development. And considering the load of the grassland, they can decide the size or the scale of the livestock farming, and this can balance between the livelihood of the local people and the animal fare and the local environmental protection. And next is the Happy Egg Beijing. And recently, EU has announced that the caged farming system will be abolished before 2027, and the industrialized cage-fed eggs is a very typical example, and there's a lot of disease due to the use of the antibiotics. If we can abolish this system, it can improve the living condition of the broiler chicken and can reduce the use of antibiotics. It can improve the quality and the food safety of the eggs. And the Happy Egg has introduced a brand new non-cage system from the EU, and the natural behaviors is respected, and the space for living is larger, and it has even higher productivity than the traditional system. So it can be a perfect balance between protecting animal welfare and satisfying the market supply. Is the best practice for future animal welfare protection. And this is the Lüdudu farm, and since the middle of the last century, the factory farming has become the mainstream in different countries. There's a lot of the pesticide used and a adoption of the agricultural machineries. This has increased the production hugely, but there's also problems relating to animal welfare and environmental protections. In the new century, more people start looking for solutions for alternative methods. And the Dudu farm is the reflector and the practitioner. They have used the eco-friendly philosophy and the circular agriculture, and they have adopted the local species, and they respect the natural patterns and the laws. It looks like to go back to the traditional agriculture practice, but this is also a possible opportunity for the future agriculture. And this is the public health School of Zhejiang University. They have the smart health nutrition cafeteria, and they want to have these nutritious diet, and the research results turned into the everyday meal. And so they have the Dr. Yang Mi and her team and developed a smart cafeteria based on the health condition of the diners, and they can have a recommendation of the health diets based on the health information of the dieters, and they can also have a very accurate calculation for the procurement of the raw materials to reduce the food waste. And this is the waste watch food waste prevention system. We can have the quantifying of the data, and this is very accurate to prevent the food waste. And the waste watch food waste prevention system can visualize the data and help the catering service providers to reduce the waste. And this system will be implemented in the whole system by 2025, and this can help cities to reduce over 50% of the food waste. And the next is the CSA coalition, and it is to support the producer and the local consumers to establish connection with each other. This is a very typical example of local and seasonal. This concept has been introduced into China for over a decade. We have a lot of farms to join the CSA. In the development, there are a lot of challenges faced by the farms. For example, do not have a professional knowledge, and there's a lack of system planning, and difficult to apply for organic certification. There's no official endorsement, and the acceptance level in the market is low. There's no upstream and downstream connection, and the CSA coalition helps to establish the channels for production and the distribution, implement the PGS certification system to support and overcome the challenges. And next, let's have a look at the joyful nature. And in Indonesia, there's nothing that is useless, but the human beings are generating garbage every day in the world. The mainstream treatment is the landfill incineration, which gets the extra emission of greenhouse. And in order to resolve this problem, we can reduce the food waste, and we can also optimize the way we get dispose of the food waste. So the enjoyable nature has dispose of the kitchen waste with the worms to turn it to organic fertilizers, and it can be recycled and reused. And this is the Yummy School for Food Education. Since its establishment in 2017, the two goals are to promote the sustainable food system and the all-around development of the human beings. And there's a sensory experience, food design, creative drama, performance, and food influence research, etc. Help to connect the participants and the food and nature emotionally, and they have the comprehensive food education methodology as the reference to the food education practitioners in China. And this is the food to tomorrow with the extreme climate and the increased risk of zoonotic disease and the increasing impact of food production on the environment. We need to stop and reflect what is the connection between these global challenges and the current food system, and in the future, what will be our food, and are there any better solutions? The food tomorrow has a series of broadcasters and column articles, documentaries to generate the thinking of the general public. And so that's the brief introduction to the winners of the Best Practice Award. And next, we would like to invite Dr. Fan Shenggen, the Chair Professor, College of Economics and Management at the China Agriculture University. So to announce the next award, Food Vision Prize. And thank you, Melinda. And it's my great pleasure to have this opportunity to present this award. And I have participated in the review and the selection of different awards, and I'm very happy that I can participate in the Food Vision Prize as well as to promote the food system transformation. And please allow me to present the award. And for the biodiversity, the winner is Yunnan Xinmang Investment Corporation. And for the food education, we have the Shenzhen Tashi Space Operation and Management Corporation. And for the plant forward, we have Meiren or Zhouma and Shanghai Meiweite Food Technology Corporation. And for healthy diets, we have Tsinghua University Sustainable Food Zero Carbon Campus, the Action Plan SRT project. And the China Agriculture University is making effort in this area as well. Reduce food waste is the food remaining value solution. That is to reduce the food waste, very interesting in Chinese. And for recycling the sustainable, we have the Danjia International Eco Village. And for food education, we have several winners. We have Nanjing Puyu Eco Technology Corporation, Zhiben Shiyi, and Joy Philanthropy Fund, and the Design for Harvest project. So congratulations to the winners. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Fan, and congratulations to the winners. And let me give a brief introduction to the winners. First is the Astral Food from Yunnan. And we have a lot of side impact from the production of the food. And we have the Astral Food, Xinmang 食物, looking for the solutions and to call people's attention to the local specialties and raw materials that have been neglected by a lot of the people. And there's a farm and the centers established to show the healing power of the food. And there's also the certification criteria established by Astral Xinmang. And they also have a very long-term roadmap, and this is very exciting. And next is the Xiaosu Miao. It is the vegan catering for the community residents, and it's in Shenzhen. The team believes that the food is the best media to get people together in the community, and for the workers who do not have time to cook and connected to the community ants who are very good at cooking, and these ants cook the healthy food and sell to the workers who do not have time to cook, and this can strengthen the economic interaction within the community and generate more income for these ants, and also it can enhance the understanding and the mutual trust between the neighbors, and it is a pattern for sustainable food development in the community, and that's why we present the award to Xiao. And the next is Roma 美人提心, and it is a company producing plant-based milk. And Roma has give up on the low-cost OEM and selected to build their own production line to guarantee there's no contact to the animal sourced food. And it is also for whole food selection and reduce the waste, and offering a plant-based option to the dairy products. And the next is Hay Meat. It is the technology leader for plant-based meat producer. Hay Meat has established a collaboration with multiple university labs, and they have the fully customized wet squeezing equipment and the unique plant-based protein formula. So the taste and the texture of the plant-based meat is hugely improved, and the product is a new option very popular among the young consumers. And this is the Tsinghua University Zero Carbon Campus work plan. And in face of the 30-60 goals, the diet transformation can make a contribution. And this is one of the reasons that the 2021 Real Food System Summit is organized. And the cafeteria in the university, who is responsible for the 3 meals of the faculty and the students, shall be considered. And Tsinghua University has established the working group to do researches and to explore the best practices of the overseas countries, and provided very helpful and practical recommendations for improvement. And we have this dojo DZZ, and that is the food waste solutions, because in every city in the world, for the different reasons, they are wasted and the in landfill or incinerated, but a lot of them can still have a value. So these dojo team use internet technology and spread the information of the remaining food across the city, and it can reduce the cost of food waste treatment for the merchants, and it can also fully reuse the remaining value of the food. And this is the landing, the Chuanjia International Eco Village. And the Nanjing Puyu Eco Technology Corporation connects the children in the cities to the food production. A lot of children cannot witness the production process. They do not value the food or the grains. So Nanjing Puyu offers a series of education programs to connect the children in the cities to the nature. And the Yiwen and the Plant Forward Lab help the people to understand how their food choices are connected to the sustainability, and the lab has a series of education programs to spread the sustainable food concepts. And this is the Joyang Foundation Food Studio, and they have investment of dozen millions, and they have a series of cafeterias and providing places for the food education programs, and they provide support to the trainers of good food. And this is a nice 小灶. And the general public do not get chance to the information of good food. And Tongji University has founded the nice 小灶, and they have innovative food interaction activities, and they have on-site experience sharing, offering experience to the sustainable food patterns, so that the local community understands their selection of food and its impact on the environment. So that's the introduction to the winners. And I guess you are really impressed by these award winners. If we have time, we would like to invite them to share their opinions, but we have a limited time, so we only have 5 of them. And first we have Oatly, Madam Yang Yifan, the Sustainability Director of Asia Pacific.
嘉宾一定要尽量压缩各位的时间，好吗？非常感谢，咱们稍微晚了一点点，谢谢。
好，非常感谢大家啊，也非常荣幸 Oatly 能够获得这个奖。
Thank you very much, and thank you for presenting this award to Oatly. And we have our communication with the general public, like on the packaging. We have the information about the plant-based food, and in Europe we have Hey Food show us your number. So that is to encourage the food companies to mark their carbon emission on the packaging. And this kind of labeling is very important to have a general public communication. And every year we have the Sustainable Development Report released. You can check this report on our website. And we hope we can work together to reduce the impact of the food system on climate change. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Yang Yifan. And next, we would like to have the founder of Gansu Green Camel Bell Environmental Development Center, Mr. Zhao Zhong. Thank you very much. And I would like to thank the meeting organizer, thank the Good Food Fund for giving this award. And I look forward to demonstrate the contribution we can make as an individual or as a local agency. And we also hope this local practice can be helpful. And this award will inspire us to do more work to contribute to the sustainable development and the good food system. Thank you, Mr. Zhao Zhong. And next, we would like to invite Mr. Ran Lingjuan, Miss Ran Lingjuan, they are from Sodexo. Thank you very much, and thank you for giving us the opportunity, and thank you very much for giving this award. We want to thank Good Food Fund to give this platform to present Waste Watch. We promote it across the world. The Waste Watch system is not very complicated, but it's very important that we track and accumulate the data so that in the preparation and consumption process of the food, we can provide big data analysis, and this can promote the behavioral changes. And as Peggy has mentioned, that sustainability is not for one individual or for one enterprise or organization. It shall be the joint effort of everyone. Thank you very much for having this opportunity. And we also hope we can remain in contact in the future and achieve more cooperation together. Thank you. And next, we would like to invite landing 全家 Miss Yang Ziwei. Thank you. And thank you, Action Track of the UNFSS and the Good Fund Summit and the CBCGDF for the recognition to landing. And we have met a lot of individuals and organizations sharing the same concepts and supporting the good food lifestyle. And we have a full respect and we give our commitment to the protection of the nature and care for the good environment. Thank you, Ms. Yang. And next, we would like to invite Xiaosu Miao, the co-founder, Cai Chuanqiao, Mr. Cai. Hello, everyone. It's our great pleasure to attend this summit and get the award. Our team is very lucky and we work with the local Shenzhen government, local community and the enterprises as well as the practitioners of good food. And we can promote the plant-based diet in the community. And we also hope our work can explore the ways of sustainable development in the community. And we have received the award. It's not because we have already been successful. It's just because we have shown the pathway to a brighter future. Everyone can participate in the change of diet and reduce the impact of the environment. And we also have seen many friends and many people from different sectors of life and industry can get together to share the information about the impact of good food. And I want to thank the summit and the Good Food Fund. And I want to thank all the practitioners and I welcome you to Shenzhen for communication. Thank you, Mr. Cai. And we want to thank the 5 representatives for their sharing. And thank you for sharing with us your ideas. And congratulations again. And next, I would like to say that our awards have been supported by a series of experts, both home and abroad. And we have the judges showing on the screen. On behalf of the Good Food Fund, I would like to thank all our participants of the reviewing team. And I also want to thank the team for their contribution. Now I will give the floor back to our moderator today. Thank you, Melinda.
看到这么多优秀的国内实践呢，真的感觉十分振奋。当然呢，我看到其中有一位这个获奖的案例吧，叫 Nice， 他提到了一个在介绍的时候提到了说，中国国内现在很缺乏。
Has introduced that the mainstream media hasn't paid enough attention, so we hope to use a simpler approach to understand better about that.
主流媒体呢是跟随社会进程。社会改革的一个非常重要的一个
And it is a very important part for the medias. And medias keep learning. And Dr. Jian Yi also mentioned that we are making a lot of workshops and sessions. And a variety of the medias, they are discussing a lot about that. And we are also looking forward to the engagement of multiple medias, social media, traditional media. And also we are going to move on to the next session. And we have Mia McDonald, who is also giving us a very interesting topic of let the role of the sustainable food to give its due. I want to give floor to you, Mia.
Okay, hello everyone. Good day or evening to all of you participating in the 5th Good Food Summit. I hope you can hear me okay. And thanks so much. I want to start to the organizers of the Good Food Fund, the other presenters, and the terrific moderator and translation team. And of course, I want to really congratulate the winners of the Best Practice Awards. I mean, it's really phenomenal work, and I was honored to be a member of the judging panel, and I'll talk a bit more about the award winners and what I really liked in them in a couple of minutes. I know we're running slightly late, so I will try to speak a bit quickly, not too quickly, and probably cut back a little bit on my remarks. So we've already heard from many people doing excellent work to create more sustainable, climate-friendly and humane food systems in China and other parts of the world. So I just would like to make a few brief remarks now. Few words of background to start. So Brighter Green is an NGO based in New York City, where I am now, that works to expand public dialogue and policy attention to issues where the environment, animals, and global sustainability intersect. So one of the areas we focused on is the world food system, which is one of the reasons why I'm here today. We undertake research, advocacy, and teaching on the effects of large-scale or industrial animal agriculture, also sometimes known as factory farming, on climate change, natural resources, and other species. Brighter Green does this work because animal agriculture is a significant driver of global greenhouse gas emissions, deforestation, biodiversity loss, and water pollution. And many of you know these issues already. In addition, food systems affect important aspects of human lives, the lives of other animals, and the ecosystems on which all of us as species depend. As we've discussed, the first UN Food Systems Summit is going to take place on Thursday, September 23rd, here in New York City, although really online. I've been pleased to participate in the official process for the summit, serving as a deputy co-leader of Workstream 1 on food environments. And this workstream was part of the second of 5 action tracks established to guide the summit's work. Action track 2 has focused on sustainable consumption, which is obviously an essential set of issues on a crowded planet with natural resources under threat just about everywhere. And the leader of Workstream 1 in Action Track 2 was the Good Food Fund's own president and my colleague and friend Jen Yi, who we heard from a little bit earlier in the day. So of course, I'm looking forward to the outcomes of the summit and the agenda it sets for the future, which will be really crucial as we move towards 2030. So also be important for the upcoming COP26 UN Climate Summit in Glasgow, which Brighter Green will participate in. So we know that the growth in greenhouse gas emissions has to be drastically reduced, or the consequences we're seeing will only worsen. Just last week, unprecedented rainfall engulfed New York, the city where I live. The transit system was flooded and shut down. Many people's homes were filled with several feet of water, and a number of people died. I know something similar and also tragic happened in Zhengzhou in July. It's as if the future we worried about, in which Earth grows hotter and our ability to adapt doesn't keep up pace, has arrived. We can't deny it. I'd say we know it's a fact by now. Most of you are aware that about 1/3 of human-caused greenhouse gas emissions come from the world's food and agricultural systems. And these emissions, unfortunately, are rising. A major reason is that the world is producing and consuming more meat and dairy products. The US, Brazil, China, and members of the European Union are the biggest livestock producing countries. Many parts of the world are leaving behind plant-forward ways of eating and rushing toward more beef, chicken, cheese, and pork, with people sometimes eating these foods 3 times a day. How much of this, I wonder, is people's actual desire or the result of the massive marketing of meat and US-style fast food, as well as dairy? And also the fact that big agricultural companies are looking for new profit centers wherever they can find them. A new edition of the Meat Atlas, co-published by Friends of the Earth and just released last week, found something astonishing. Just 20 meat and dairy corporations produce more greenhouse gas emissions than the whole country of Germany or the whole country of the United Kingdom do. And these corporations also receive hundreds of billions of dollars in government subsidies. I'm arguing that isn't right, it isn't sustainable, and it poses huge risks for the climate, as well as public health and animal welfare. Indeed, scientists are warning that we can't meet the Paris Climate Agreement's goals if we don't cut emissions from food systems, and especially from animal agriculture. Food production is also one of the main drivers of the destruction of the Earth's ecosystems. We heard Dr. Joe talk about that earlier. That includes forests, grasslands, and marine environments as well. We also know the health of the environment, other animals, and human beings are deeply entwined. These linkages have to become central to how we plan and how we act. COVID has shown us this beyond a shadow of a doubt. As some of you will know, 60% of emerging infectious diseases around the world come from zoonoses. That is, they come from animals, both wild and domesticated. In addition to COVID, the US, Germany, and other countries have seen outbreaks of avian and swine flu in recent years. China had the terrible African swine virus. Each of these zoonoses has been devastating to millions of farmed animals and to agricultural producers, also known as farmers. They also pose threats to human health as well. We know that for the animals, standard industrial production is a nightmare as far as their welfare is concerned. Literally billions of farmed animals in industrial systems are crammed into overcrowded cages, stalls, or the floors of buildings. Few can feel the sun or breathe fresh air. Almost all of them have their natural behaviors, like roosting or bathing or reproducing, harshly controlled. And their wastes pollute waterways and land and also heat the climate. While factory farming or industrial animal agriculture was born in my part of the world, it's been exported to many, many countries now. And I ask, how can this be the future of the food system or of the earth? I'd say it can't. And science and ethics tell us so. We are moving into a new era. We have to. And you all have a role in bringing it about. A recent report from the T.H. Chan School at the US's Harvard University, where Jenny is currently studying, just came out. And it concluded that protecting forests and changing agricultural practices are essential and cost-effective strategies to prevent future pandemics. I think most of us would agree we don't want to go through something like COVID again. And I just want to quote one of the researchers' key findings. And this is a direct quote. Spillover of possible pandemic pathogens occurs from livestock operations, wildlife hunting and trade, land use change, and the destruction of tropical forests in particular, expansion of agricultural lands, especially near human settlements, and rapid unplanned urbanization, end quote. We're going to have to reverse many of these trends now and move forward in new ways, and we have to do it very rapidly. So what do we need? I'd say we need comprehensive, visionary, local, national, and global policies to help prevent the next pandemic and ensure a habitable planet for us and other species. We have a lot to learn from each other. And through the summit, we are engaging in the kind of cross-border and cross-discipline learning that's so essential to moving the world forward. And I do want to say a few words about the awardees before I conclude. We see the best kind of learning and sharing in the best practice award submissions. I was honored to be one of the reviewers for the awards, along with Judy Bankman, my colleague at Brighter Green. We were both really impressed by the scope of the projects and the many different ways they sought to reflect the Good Food Pledge's principles. I was intrigued by the variety of approaches, from addressing food waste, expanding plant-based options for schools and communities, increasing consumer awareness, improving farm animal welfare, and launching new business models. I was also struck by the combination of ambition, idealism, and practicality. And I very much appreciated the focus on inclusivity and the concrete outcomes of the projects that are anticipated for people, animals, and the earth as a whole. Reading the submissions really made me think and even believe that a good food future is possible. And I'd like to say unavoidable. As I reflect on the importance of the best practices and the amazing award winners, I'd like to share a memory. Just about 2 years ago, a couple hundred of us were together near the historic city of Suzhou for the third Good Food Summit. We had 3 days of presentations, dialogues, strategy sessions, a mini youth summit, many, many informal discussions, and of course, some extraordinary vegan food. The summit for me was a powerful, positive example of international engagement and cooperation. And that's something we need more of. At the 2019 summit, the international presenters, including me, learned so much from our hosts, and we got to meet and really talk with many passionate, dedicated Chinese people. They were researchers, university administrators, civil society leaders, filmmakers, parents, and young people. And as we've heard, some were really young, not even teenagers yet. We know the COVID-19 pandemic has changed the world in many ways. It's driven us back online, like for the summit this year, or kept us there, making meeting in person often extremely challenging. I know the original plan was for this Good Food Summit to be offline until just a few weeks ago, when this became too complicated. Of course, as some other speakers have said, the online format does allow many more people to participate through live streaming, and that's wonderful and powerful as well. But I do just want to reflect a little bit more on the ongoing COVID pandemic and the lessons that it's teaching us. I think it's teaching us we need new ways of relating to each other, of caring for each other, and listening to each other. The pandemic has, I think we can agree, showed us that the way we live on this planet needs to change in ways both large and small. In the US right now, certain regions are experiencing a surge in COVID infections. Millions of people, including me, have been grateful to receive the COVID vaccine, but many millions of others have refused to be vaccinated, often due to a deep well of misinformation. It's a tragedy all around, really maddening as well. At the same time, billions of people in other countries won't have the opportunity to get vaccinated for many more months or even years. Unfortunately, a number of commentators have concluded that the COVID crisis represents a failure of international cooperation. We, the countries of the world, and our leaders have had a chance to work together to bring the pandemic to an end. We haven't really done that, or we haven't done it nearly as well as we should have. But I think we also know that international cooperation is absolutely essential to solve some of the most urgent challenges we all face: the climate crisis, the massive loss of biodiversity in almost every country, threats to Earth's life support systems, plus epidemics of poor health and injustice. We also know now that the world's food system affects and is affected by each of these crises in multiple ways. So as I wrap up, I want to be honest. On the one hand, I'm very worried about how we're going to find ways to live sustainably and fairly on this planet. Time is running out for us to make needed changes. On the other hand, events like the summit give me hope and some confidence. We are right here cooperating across borders. We're learning from each other, and we're honoring food system best practices that have been born and cultivated in China. The world needs to learn about these practices. People around the world can learn from them, and I think they will through this summit, the online viewing, and people who will be able to see the videos, read about the award winners, and all the dissemination that will happen. And these best practices, all of them, and especially the winners, are examples of the soft power that China has in the world. This is the kind of power that can reshape food systems in China and globally, to be plant forward and respectful of the welfare of other animals in the earth. This is the kind of power that draws its strength from China's rich history and vibrant present. It's a kind of power and vision that can help support the international cooperation we, human communities, the environment, and all the other species we share Earth with, need right now and well into the future. So I want to thank you again for listening, for being here, and I'm looking forward to the rest of the summit. And I'm really thrilled that we had a wonderful awards ceremony and we saw the Best Practice Award winners for 2021, the very first time, and we heard from many of the winners too. So many congratulations and onward to the rest of the summit. Thank you again.
Oh, excellent. Thank you very much, Mia. 那这一段呢
，Thank
Mia
you so much. Mia, you also mentioned about the great report about the Harvard Public Health report. You mentioned a lot about that we are having a devastating scenario, and we have really need to show due respect, awe and respect for the planet. And also, I listened very carefully. It's so great. Last year, we also visited about a forest deforestation, we find that we visited a country called Papua New Guinea. Many original forest was deforested. You mentioned some of the virus may spread from the forest to the others. For example, some species like bat, that would lead to a higher prevalence or prevalence rate of a new disease. And also Mia, as an older friend of us, and also you are the CEO of the Bright Green. You are an excellent author. You also published and internationally awarded the book Matai, and also in Kenya, who have launched the campaign and planted 30 million trees, who is the Nobel laureate for peace. And also Mia stay tuned very well with the food system transformation, and for the good food transformation, hopefully it will also be on the radar of more people across the globe. I'm really running behind the schedule. I need to go quicker. And also we are very glad also to invite Gunhill Scotland, founder, executive chair, chair of UNFSS H2 keynote presentation.
There exaggerates how important the United Food System Summit is and how much is at stake for all of humanity and for all nations, including China. Because how we go about producing and consuming food in our world over the coming decades will basically determine the fate of humanity and the fate of the planet. So we need a full-scale food systems transformation everywhere, including in China. And it has to start now. And it has to speed up and accelerate pace as we move towards 2030 and beyond. COVID-19 is a clear warning. Unless we transform our food systems in the name of health for people and health for planets with social justice, we are basically doomed to suffer repeat pandemics, something we know we cannot afford. So hence the ambition of the summit is really to kickstart the transformation of our food systems. And I can tell you this, never before have so many people from so many parts of the world worked so hard together to try to meet this ambition. And the preparation for this summit are taken together really an unprecedented effort at co-creating an action agenda for shaping the future of food on this planet. So I'm so proud to be part of this historic effort. Within our action track 2, focused on shifting food consumption patterns towards healthy and sustainable, we worked day and night for many months, starting in the fall of last year and into early 2021, to crowdsource a large number of solutions from all over the world and from all kinds of stakeholders. And we were lucky to have several interesting solutions, indeed coming from China, and to have the Good Food Fund and Tianyi strongly engaged by providing leadership and great ideas. So where are we now with the process? Well, I'm pleased to say that we have several strong multi-stakeholder action coalitions in the making across the 5 action tracks, with many governments already strongly engaged. And I'm personally particularly excited about the coalition we are building to shift consumption or to achieve healthy diets for all within planetary boundaries, which is called the Healthy Diets from Sustainable Food Systems Coalition. And this strong multi-stakeholder coalition is incorporating the work on food environments led by the Good Food Fund, as well as several other solutions clusters across several action tracks. And by now we have 5 UN agencies also actively involved. This coalition really makes up a powerful mix of evidence-based and innovative solutions, and of public and private sector, academic and civil society actors, with the commitments, the knowledge, the expertise, the networks, and not least resources to support action on the ground and help countries in shaping and developing their national pathways towards fixing food. And this is something that is completely new indeed, because never before have we seen this kind of mobilization around the need for shifting diets or dietary shifts. So I really hope that China and a range of actors within China will join us, because we need your commitments, we need your expertise, your knowledge, and of course your example to drive change all over the world. A few words on the roles and contributions of Asian countries in this whole process. I've already highlighted the many important contributions from China. What I want to add here is that in the recent new law to cut food loss and waste in China, that has also been a major contribution to our work, and indeed a very powerful example to share with other countries. We have also benefited from strong engagements and important contributions from other Asian countries, such as Indonesia, Pakistan, Japan. And Indonesia, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Malaysia, Japan, and the Philippines have also expressed their interest in this coalition. But I'm more convinced than ever that the great nation of China will and must play a key role in helping steer the world towards safety, sustainability, health, and equity when it comes to food. It's about your size, of course. It's about your amazing, rich culinary traditions that have so much to offer to the world. And it's about fostering a new approach to global collaborative problem solving. Take trade, for example. Without strong Chinese leadership and cooperation with other major economies, we will simply not succeed in aligning global food trade with the sustainability, the health, and equity imperatives of our time. May the 5th Good Food Summit be the most successful and the most impactful ever. I wish you all the best, and I look forward to collaborate.
谢谢刚克友。刚克友博士也跟大家提到了，就是如果不马上
Thank you, Doctor. You mentioned it is very imperative for us to kick off a transformation. So you have really shown your acknowledgement to contribution from China, including the anti-food waste law of PRC. It's very interesting. And also, we are very glad to invite Mr. Victor Koo, who gave us a topic, Plant Forward, Industrial Meat Reduction, Alternative Protein. The floor is yours. Hello, everyone. I remembered that 2 years ago in Suzhou, we have held the session. I participated in a panel discussion. We have launched a series of the dietary analysis, and we discussed with the experts from Europe. The Eat Lancet, we remember, we're talking about the fact that food matters for our health, environmental protection. It remains one of the most important parts. So food in the Anthropocene, the Eat Lancet Commission on Healthy Diets from Sustainable Food System, I remember that was named. We make the analysis, and we saw that averagely speaking, in terms of our habit on food, right, on meat, I mean, it has already exceeded doubling that of our national dietary standards. It was already a quite outstanding issue. We ate less and less. So we haven't realized a very balanced and healthy habits yet. And we know, thanks to the economic development, such a trend has been ever worsened. Yeah, and also in terms of the overall healthy status in China, having sub-health, we have hyperpressure, high blood sugar. There's a lot of the cardiovascular disease, the diabetes, and other chronic disease. And if we make some analysis on the 5 top cause behind our deaths, is very similar, like the cancer, like heart failure, etc. they are all very severe issues. And after years of decades of reform and opening policy, these kind of problems must be addressed. And as we are making the further analysis on the reason, what's behind that, I think it relates to our life, especially when it comes to food. And then we are talking about our analysis. And smoking rank number 2 accounts for 16%. Food accounts for 53%. And also, we know very well that we're talking about vegetarian as a habit. It is so important and so relevant. 1 year ago, thanks to COVID-19, from our summit, it was already held online. I shared 1 year ago about our observation. And we are talking about One Health and its significance in China. And also, it is about the animal welfare, etc. And also, we already have a national commitment about carbon neutrality. Yeah, and I believe dietary habits and the shift our patterns on food consumption will be very relevant to that. 25% of greenhouse gas are actually the reasons behind the food consumption, especially from the industrialized food husbandry. And we know that for the animal accounts for 60% out of the 25% GHG emission. From COVID-19, we have observed that for animal welfare, I think it is relevant to humans' health. When we're talking about an NDC, NCD, so still 70% of infectious disease sometimes are caused by zoonotic disease. Zoonotic disease from animal to human. For COVID-19, it has even accelerated this journey. And as also mentioned by previous speakers, we also have the BSE disease and mad cow disease, etc. As we have ever-growing demand for meat, industrialized farm is getting bigger and bigger. And also the size of the animal raising, density of animal raising is growing as well. And I think in terms of animal welfare, it will impact really our overall environment as a whole. And it matters also for China, so has big impact on our lifestyles. Globally speaking, I think Asia accounts for 60% out of the Asian population, right? 1/3 of the population in Asia are from China. So out of the top 5 population economies, most of them are in Asia. We have very high density of population. I think it may have big impact on our dietary habits. It's also very important for us to change our mindset. I think there are 3 aspects we need to pay attention to. And we learned a lot about plant-forward, plant-based habit. We are advocating that. Not only about good food, and many NGOs in China are also trying to promote like 80%, 20%, 80% like vegetable and fruits, 20% from the meats. That is of great help to balance on your health, and it benefits the animal welfare as well. So from these media platforms, and even from the bloggers, KOLs, who are changing more and more people's habits. And the next is about like industrialized farm. And there are still a lot of potential risks. On one hand, you may select to improve the efficiency and the productivity. But still, for the high density of the industrialized farm, does a lot of the damage to the health of the animals. We have been working with Professor Fan from the Agriculture University, Professor Fan Shenggen, try to learn about landscape dynamics of the agriculture industry, husbandry industry in China. And we are already observing a lot of big change. Our policy is changing, and we need to be aware about that, especially about their impact on the health. And the next is another hot topic. It's about new proteins. So high-tech innovation is addressing these pains. And also, we still believe and are convinced that our core component of diet should be mainly from fruit and vegetable. But if you already have the habit of having meat, so there are many alternative meat from maybe especially the beans, or maybe from different kind of the mushrooms, etc. And we already have even cell-based meat available. We are very sanguine on another alternative technologies, fermentation. So you are very familiar with it, right? Bacterial, abiotic, and precise fermentation technologies are gaining strong momentum. I believe in the future, these fermentation strains may release its potential in the field of alternative proteins or new proteins. It will also help not only about the health, but also the environment. And we are promoting very actively with GF China. And hopefully we can make some improvements. Okay, last but not least, apart from the above three priorities, China is also promoting on food, anti-food waste. It is also another important topic. And for those who have been involved in this year's Good Food Fund, Good Food Summit, hopefully you may use your voice on the platform to promote the development on human health, on environmental protection, animal welfare. They are all very, very important topics. And we may contribute to the planet to build a better environment and the world. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. We are our also older friend. Thank you have brought us a lot of inspirations, just like what Mia has shared with us. Or infectious disease and animal welfare is so important for us. You mentioned about food waste and endeavors from China, and that contribute to our goal of carbon neutrality. You also shared with us about our dietary habits, which must be shifted towards a more sustainable pattern. And we're about to invite our next speaker, Philip Limbry from CIWF, CEO, who will give us a keynote presentation, the development of intensive farming in post-pandemic era. The floor is yours.
My name is Philip Limbry. I'm the Global Chief Executive for Compassion in World Farming, the world's leading international farm animal welfare organization. For millennia, farming has worked in harmony with nature. However, one human lifetime ago, things changed dramatically. Farming became dominated by industrial agriculture. Farmed animals were separated from the land, put into darkened sheds where they were caged, crammed and confined. Crops started to be grown in monocultures using artificial fertilizers and chemical pesticides. Nature was swept away. Industrial animal agriculture Factory farming, as it's become widely known, has become the dominant way that animals are now reared in Europe, America, much of China, and worldwide. Industrial agriculture is a major cause of wildlife declines, of deforestation, and of soil degradation. It's the biggest cause of animal cruelty on the planet, and now it's recognized as a serious pandemic risk too. Factory farms creating the perfect breeding ground for new and dangerous strains of disease. A particularly worrying development in China is the move toward a whole new level of mega farming for pigs, multi-story factory farms. The aim is to raise more pigs on a single site than anywhere else in the world, roughly 10 times the size of a typical American breeding facility. One new mega farm will produce more than 2 million pigs a year. The impetus for these mega farms has come in response to the outbreak of African swine fever disease, a disease that's wiped out around half the production of the Chinese pig industry. Yet keeping animals confined in ever greater numbers is only likely to make the risk of disease worse, to be counterproductive. So rather than repeating the mistakes of factory farming, a much better way forward is to reconnect food production with nature by embracing regenerative agroecological farming, nature-friendly farming, where animals as sentient beings can move freely without suffering and experience the joy of life, where they can stay healthy naturally without the need for lots of antibiotics and other drugs. Consumers around the world are increasingly willing to support this. In Europe and America, for example, many high street retailers no longer stock eggs from caged farming. This move to better animal welfare is something that my organisation, Compassion in World Farming, has long encouraged and celebrated through our Good Farm Animal Welfare Awards. We've worked with about 1,000 companies to improve their standards and remove food from bad factory farmed practices, to take it off the shelves and the menus. In companies like McDonald's, Carrefour, Tesco, and many, many others. Consumers have responded by buying these better products and seeing the brand of those companies in a better light. At the same time, there's been a real awakening of the need to reduce the amount of meat, dairy, and eggs consumed if we're to have a sustainable planet. Almost half the habitable land surface of the planet is used for growing food, for agriculture. And of that, 4/5 is devoted to livestock production. Despite this vast commitment of land, livestock products provide only 37% of humanity's protein and but 1/5 of our calories. Hardly efficient. Wasteful, in fact. If we're to meet the world's Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, by 2030, then our food system must be transformed. That transformation will require moving away from factory farming and diets high in animal-sourced foods. Without it, efforts to reach the SDGs will simply fail. As consumers, all of us can play our part, using the power of our plate 3 times a day, choosing to eat more plant-based foods and other non-animal source forms of protein, and crucially, avoiding meat from factory farms. At global level, we need to use the opportunity of this year's UN Food Systems Summit to move toward a global agreement to end factory farming, to reset our food system toward farming with nature, not against her. And do you know what? In my view, all our futures depend on it. 谢谢。
哦，一段非常激动人
Very exciting, very inspirational presentation.
还有一段吗？
没有了。
OK， 没问题。那我稍微总结一点点啊，就 Philip 刚才作为消费，他提到作为消费者，我们每
And
个
Philip has mentioned that every consumer can start from 3 meals a day to contribute and to choose a more plant-based diets and non-animal sourced forms of protein. And also we need to avoid meat from factory farms. And this year we have a UN Food System Summit, and today we gather for the Good Food Summit. With these important events, and we get the opportunity and we can move toward a global agreement to end factory farming. Thank you very much for sharing with us the information. And this is the end of our keynote speech, and we will start the panel discussion now. And we have invited the leading experts from China. They will talk to shifting to sustainable consumption pattern, promoting healthy diets, and reduce meat consumption. We have important panelists. We have also Mr. Ouyang Huiyu as the moderator of the panel discussion. So please, Mr. Ouyang Huiyu. Thank you, Jiaqiu. Hello, everyone. It's my great honor to moderate this panel discussion. And we will talk about shifting to sustainable consumption patterns, promoting healthy diets, and reducing meat consumption. And I don't need to repeat the importance of this topic. Now, please allow me to introduce our panelists. First, we have heard from our Professor Fan Shenggen, the chairperson from China Agricultural University. And Dr. Xu Haiquan, Research Fellow and the Deputy Director of Food and Nutrition Research Center at the Institute of Food and Nutrition Department, Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Affairs, and Member State Representative at UNFSS Action Track 1. And Professor Chen Zhigang, the Chair Professor School of Public Administration, Zhejiang University, and Professor Liu Gang, Professor from University of Southern Denmark. It's the first time we have a Professor Liu Gang to attend our summit, and we also want to invite our panelist, Mr. Cao Weide, Chevrolet Frederick Cao, family business owner and chairman at IMC Pan Asia Alliance Group. Hello, everyone. Welcome to our panel discussion. And at the pre-summit session of the UN Food System Summit, and we have Professor Xu and Mr. Liu to join the session. And we have a preliminary discussion about the goal. And today, in the panel discussion, we want to focus on the healthy diets from sustainable food system, and we also have the best practices shared today, and we hope we can have the insights from our experts about how to increase the impact of these best practices. We know there are many stakeholders in the food system, and they have a direct or indirect impact in achieving healthy diet and less meat consumption. And the food consumption is related to the health of human beings, animals, and the planet. We are very honored and pleased to have 5 experts, and they will first give their speech and talking about their insights and their perspectives. So we'll first have Professor Fan, and he will talk about the production side, which is the factory farming. So welcome, Professor Fan. And thank you, and it's my pleasure to share with you my ideas and my thoughts. And there are several reports across the world. For example, the Lancet Healthy Diets from the Sustainable Food System and Follow, which is a World Food Production and Land Use Alliance. And there's also the expert team on the food system across the world and participated in the work and drafting these reports. And it's very important that China plays a role across the whole world. and I really hope we can have more people to be engaged in the food system transformation. And what is a food system? And it's about the production, a lot of investment, and there's also the overuse of antibiotics. It started from the very beginning of the production process, also fertilizers, and then production and harvest and warehousing, transportation, and consuming of these food products. Also, how to process the food at home by the consumers is a whole big system. And it will have impact on the health and on the environment. And the world food system at the current stage is not sustainable, and we might need to have 2, 3, even 4 planets to support these world population. And by 2050, we might have like a 10 million population across the whole world. This is not sustainable, and the food from the current food system is not sustainable, not healthy enough. We need to have the transformation. And there's some background noise. And everyone, please mute your microphone. Oh, please, Professor Fan, you can continue. Sorry for the interruption. And there's just one sentence we didn't hear. Okay, so because of the background noise, so you might not have heard my last sentence. I was saying that China has done a lot of work for food system transformation. Starting from 1978, this is the starting point of food system transformation. From that time, the farmers can make their own plans about how to produce and how much to produce and how to sell. And this has guaranteed to have abundant supply of food in China. And then we do not have the concern of hunger, but we need to handle the nutrition and the environmental protection and obesity. And we have 50% of the adults who have overweight or obesity. So 1 of 2 people walking on the street, the adults, have the problem of obesity or overweight. So we have to have transformation of the food system. And I agree that about the consumption of food, what to consume, how much to consume, is very critical to promote food system transformation. This is a very critical part. At the production step, we need to take measures and we need to have a policy making. And I will talk about factory farming later. And we have to develop new ways so that it can be more environmental friendly, it can be more nutritious, like the seeds. If we have a high quality seeds, we can get more nutrition from the food. We can use less resources. We can reduce the carbon emissions. So we can start from the seeds. And there are some new technologies like a circular agriculture. It's not organic, it's like a circular agriculture, and it consumes less resources, like less land, to produce a high quality nutritious food. Factory farming in China has experienced several stages of development. Before the year 2000, the production of animals is like backyard chicken, pigs raising by the farmers. They raise up the animals in their backyard. And China joined WTO in 2001, and China experienced a huge economic growth, and they have a huge demand of animal meat.
We started to trade up and change our dietary structure. I remember by 2010, and after that, there's a watershed. So we started to see ever-growing numbers on overweight and obesity. So China witnessed economic transformation and the manufacturing transformation, and we are having a more and more productive approach of manufacturing. But the transformation happened our food. We used to have not enough access to food, but now we have a nutrition transition. And again, we started to have rapid development, especially after 2010, and it developed further faster. And more urbanizations happened. Backyard production started. This is a transformation. The cost of raising animals is too high. They go to cities, work as migrant workers. And next is about foreign direct investment, FDI. Yeah, we have a lot of the raising of the animals, like CP group. Also some players joined us from abroad. That has mounted like the two wings for us to develop. And there are many positive roles. The efficiency is higher, especially for China. We have some people at low income. It is affordable animal proteins, including that of pork, chicken, etc. Without this help, the price of that which is too high. From another perspective, is that, and averagely speaking, in terms of the meat consumption, and ours are doubling, if not tripling, that from the UN guideline. Some people eat more, some people eat less, especially in the rural area, and they may need to increase their animal proteins. They should start from a sustainable approach. And when we have these kind of industrialized husbandry, and we are still collecting data, we are interviewing enterprises. We believe there are different models and industrial culture or industrialized farming. The sheer size is huge, some of which is in a loose approach. Yeah, we need, for example, factory plus farmer or enterprise plus farmer. A large-sized enterprise, they have maybe they can centralize capability to support the players with technology and with also, for example, the seedling. But the manufacturing is decentralized to small and medium-sized farmers, and they can secure animal welfare, and they are not feel the pinch of heavy pressure. Otherwise, centralized farming contributes a lot to the environment, and the animal husbandry industry and farming. We're talking about cross-nitrate mix system, and we can reduce the GHG emission, especially to reduce a centralized farming model. So we call it the enterprise plus farmer. We can learn from that. India has National Dairy Development Board. They use a board so that many of the beefs are organized, and maybe for one farmer raise 2 to 3 the oxes or the beefs, cows, but they have centralized the management with vaccine supply, etc. The dairy grows in India with a category rate of 7 to 8%. They are the largest base of the dairy products. The farmers benefit, consumer benefit. So that is what's our research. We have diversified models. We are making exploration. We are guiding in manufacturing, and hopefully in the future, the meat production, food production will be sustainable. Can offer nutrition to us. It should be affordable. We can also protect animals. Generation Y and Z are more and more aware on animal welfare and animal protection. So we do need to have this kind of transformation. Thank you. Thank you for introducing us at the development of industrialized farming. Share with us the pros and the cons, and have given us comments and on a balanced development, and to balance between the small farmers, the large-sized enterprises, and also to guide the shift towards sustainable dietary patterns. And from the farm to tables, the different players are functioning. Leadership from the enterprises remains a very important part from the private sector. So I'm to get the floor to Chairman Cao to share with us on leadership investment from commercial, how you are promoting a sustainable and a healthy food development. The floor is yours, Mr. Cao. Hello, everyone. We're talking about the UN has already mentioned in 2012, and we need a well-being and happiness paradigm. That is really a new concept. This is a nowadays we have the economy based on some consumerism, and we just want to maximize the interest, but it is not sustainable. The consumerism and the market is not giving us a sustainable development. We are in pursuit of endless demand. We have an excessive desire. There is a lot of food waste and other problems. Such a endless consumption is not sustainable. So well-being and happiness paradigm is what they support. That they also know well that when we're talking about a globalized world is actually connecting across us from millennia goals in 2000. They said we cannot address these issues without a holistic approach. We need a holistic approach. So many people may did something not correct, even with a very good intention. Yeah. So what they are promoting is especially now so far more than 10 years, they were promoting a holistic approach. There are 17 SDG. Yeah, it's more about the partnership. And we believe these partnerships are so important. Without that kind of partnership, we cannot address the 17 SDGs. We're talking about the Chinese government, and the Chinese culture knows that. And all of these development are decided by our also mindset. We need to have a more appropriate values. World values matters. On one hand, we are talking about consumerism. On the other hand, economy remains the activities for us to fulfill our demand, even desires. So where does our desire come from? Which comes from our awareness, right? If we want to change the consumerism, we need a new world values. We're talking about well-being and happiness. It's a concept of health. So I want to say we need to take a holistic approach. Otherwise, the planet will not be sustainable. And we do need to take a so-called a mega health as a concept. So everything, human, animals should benefit. We are all life. So we have to maintain environmental protection, and awareness of that is so important one. And since we find that life is everything, we should do respect for the life. And then people are mentioning China suffering the sub-health. I am also in agriculture. That was my first job. So I know how important it is. And I have also did a centralized management in the past. Now we are still doing that. So get back to the topic you mentioned about consumerism. What should China do? I think, first of all, we have a market economy with China's characteristics. People believe this is always the right pathway. And we just want to make sure it should be stable and reliable. We have made a miracle of more than 4 decades. When we have the pandemic, people see that some people just focus on, especially the memeism, focus on themselves. Some countries and regions, and also against the COVID-19, China is also changing our approach of managing the enterprises when our government are requiring the enterprises to take their social responsibility. And for Chinese, I think as we are moving forward, it is really very important. We still need to follow the government opinions and how we can support that. And you are listening very carefully. And again, we need to hold a big picture and what will happen in the future. We are talking about the sustainable development, sustainable business of kindness. We should not only fulfill the desires, and we have to make sure our designs will have the designs of goodness. And China wants to increase the economic growth or sustain its economic growth, but against such a new backdrop, we are talking about the new normal. So what Chinese people are moving, again, we are talking about a shared community of humankind. This is our so-called new values, a shared community of destiny. We belong to the same community of shared dynasty. And we highlight the values of a harmony, theory that man is an integral part of nature. And the social value in our mind is we can be in harmony, have harmony in diversity. So this is my observation. To highlight again, to build a shared and community of destiny. And in details, we need to build like a new type of international relations. And also we are talking about the goal of our university ideology in the past, that's the doctrines. And we are talking the traditional Chinese philosophy, aiming at all humanity. And we need to further reform. We need further reform. And in the earlier development, in the capital market, it's like VC, but this is not VC, not venture capital. And we're talking about influence investor will bring the system to grow. For those who are doing the business of goodness, it's not that easy. Like Good Food Foundation can organize the investment. For example, if there are emerging players, could become an incubating platform to incubate them, to accelerate their development. And we need the fund to take surveys, make some surveys to promote and invest on the supply chain. And we need the funding at the beginning. And if we can take off, we will really have better ROI. We will have bigger movement. And we are talking about the reform on big health. And this is what I think we can do. We need the partnership. We need also fund. We need engagement, the not-for-profit organizations together with government authorities. We need to be also led by the fund. Leadership investment is a very important way to promote that. Thank you.
谢谢曹主席。曹主席作为商界领袖，他反思消费主义，反复强调 well-being happiness paradigm， 而且提出了发展善经济这个道路，展现了他对于人类大健康、地球环境和动物福祉的社会责任感。那关于
Thank you very much, Mr. Cao, for sharing with us your opinions. And next, we would like to invite Professor Chen Zhigang to share his opinions. Thank you, Mr. Ouyang. So it shall be good afternoon. It's my great pleasure to attend the Good Food Summit. And I'm very happy to participate in this panel discussion about shifting to sustainable consumption patterns. And I want to share my slides.
您可以自行共享来控制 PPT。
好的，我打开一下，现在能看到吗？
Can you see my slides?
还看不到，看不到是吧？我再试一下啊。现在能看到吗？
可以了。
Yes, we can see your slides. Thank you. Today, I want to focus on improve the dietary structure of the residents and achieve a win-win of health and environment. I have learned a lot from the speakers at today's summit, and many of them have pointed out this. And this is the background information. This is a Healthy China action from 2019 to 2020. One of the main action is to promote the reasonable diet, appropriate diet, because there's over 50% of the Chinese adults suffer from overweight or obesity. And they have a long-term diet imbalance. It's one of the risk factor of chronic disease in China. According to the Global Disease Burden Research, in China, there's 3.1 million deaths of the Chinese residents in 2017 contributed to unhealthy diet. And another hot topic that China has committed to the 30-60 goals to achieve the carbon neutrality by 2060 and also achieve a carbon peak by 2030. And the agriculture activities contribute a lot of the carbon emission. In 2018 is about 710 million tons of greenhouse emission, accounting for 5.4% of the total emission. And it takes about 11 to 12% of the agriculture greenhouse emission of the world. And this is only the agricultural production. If we include agriculture and the food system, it will be over 1 billion tons of greenhouse emission, which is 8.2% of the national greenhouse emission in China. So with this as the background information, recently we start to think of the transformation of a food system in China so as to support the carbon neutrality goal. So we believe the healthy diet is very important and the food system transformation is very important. And Professor Fan Shenggen from China Agriculture University and also the CARD and CIFAE and IAED, as well as other institutions have got together to rethink about the food system after the pandemic. The pandemic actually gave us a good opportunity to reshape our food system because we are in a new world, we have new challenges, and how to promote the healthy diet is a topic we need to focus on. Why the healthy diet is so important. We can have a look at this graph. On the right side is the national statistics, and the consumption of grain is decreasing, and the consumption of fruit is increasing, vegetables stable, dairy products growing, and there's a fast increase of the meat consumption, and also the aquatic product consumption is also increasing, and gradually we have a fast increase of the high quality quality protein intake. But we also have an unbalanced structure in Guangdong, in Shanghai, in Zhejiang, a lot of intake of seafood, and in the west part of China, a lot of meat consumption. There's also difference between rural and urban area. We see good improvement of food quality, and the diet between the rural and the urban area is getting similar and similar. And the protein from the animal source is getting a higher percentage. So that is the current status. For us, we want to think that is this kind of diet good enough? It's improving, it's better than before, but there are still challenges. What kind of challenges? There are different perspectives to interpret these challenges, and we want to identify the gap between the Chinese diet and the healthy diet. So how to measure what is a healthy diet? We use this kind of a pyramid, and we also refer to the Eat Lancet recommendation. We have referred to the Mediterranean diet and less meat, more vegetable diet recommendation, etc. So we refer to a lot of information and statistics. And on the left, we have the 2019 Chinese diet recommendation, and on the right side we have the gap of the Eat Lancet recommendation, and it's 4.3 times and 3.4 times higher than the Lancet recommended diet. And for the whole grain, fruits, nuts, and dairy products, we have very small amount of consumption. It's not enough. And the meat consumption is several times higher than the recommended diet of Lancet. If we can adopt these good recommendations for diet, we can reduce the prevalence and the fatality of chronic disease. If we can adopt the Chinese diet guidance and the Eat Lancet recommendation, we can reduce 1.1 million and 1.8 million deaths. So this is the conclusions, and you can see the benefits on health of adopting these healthy diets. So we need to eat more healthily, and we also want to be more environmental friendly. If we can have the healthy diet as we have proposed on the previous page, then how will be that impacting on the carbon emission reduction? And this is to show our model. And we use this model, and we take 2020 as the starting year, and we use the dynamic forecasting to forecast the food consumption demand of Chinese residents by 2030. And in general, it is to reduce the meat consumption and increase plant-based food. And you can see the 2020 baseline is about 710 million tons of emission. If we do nothing, then by 2030, the emission will grow by 12%. It will be around 800 million tons of greenhouse emission. If we change our diet, for example, if more consumers adopt the Chinese recommended healthy diets, then we can reduce the 18% emission. And if we use the Eat Lancet recommendation, it can reduce by 21%. If it's the Mediterranean, it's a 22% reduction. If we have less meat consumption, we can reduce 25% of the carbon emission. So we can eat more healthy, and we can be more environmental friendly at the same time. So it's very important that we have the reference from Eat Lancet. And so it's very clear that we need to reduce the meat consumption. We need to enhance the intake of the plant-based food like vegetables and the fruits. And how to achieve this goal, how to realize this healthy diet is very critical. And we have our speakers sharing their opinions from different perspectives. I mainly want to talk about the policy. So how to guide the residents to improve their diet. It's very important. If we want to change our diet, it's very challenging. It's a long process. So we need to have a public education and let them be aware of the healthy diets. And we need to have the diet intervention for the targeted group and the targeted areas. We also need to have like subsidies and financing options to support the vulnerable groups to improve their diet. It's not possible that everyone changes at the same time from the very beginning. So this kind of plan of public education is very important. Also, we need to adjust the supply of the food. So we need to encourage and support the development of a healthy and environmental friendly food industry, like the farmers and the small enterprises. That is very environmental friendly and healthy. Also, we need to increase the production of food, which is rich of nutrition. And we also need to reduce the cost and the price. This is very important. With a lower price, there is a higher affordability of nutritional food. And we do not pay enough attention to this because I'm an economist, so I pay a lot of attention to price and to the affordability. We contribute to this to FAO as well, and we encourage the residents to consume more nutritious food. So we need to make this food affordable to them. This is very important. So that's why we need to adjust our food supply structure. And another important policy advice is that in China, we have a China resident diet guideline, we have a China food and nutrition development plan, we have a national nutrition plan, and we have a Health China action plan. We have a series of action plan and guidelines. But the question is how to make them environmental friendly. How can we have sustainability included in these national level action plans? This is very critical. And we need to make effort to include the sustainability in these guidelines. And the fourth advice is that the basic researches are very important. So we can figure out what are the priority or key focus areas, and these shall be supported by data and the researches. So we need to have researches on food production, consumption, nutrition, health, the economic benefits, and the burden and the prevention of chronic disease, and how to connect agriculture, nutrition, and the sustainability together in the policy. With these researches, we can provide support to the government for policy making. Thank you very much. That's all I want to share.
Thank you, Professor Chen. Strengthen our confidence. Looks like it's just a daily routine, but when it can get back to a plant-based diet, contributes to our goal of reaching carbon neutrality. I'm going to give the floor also to Professor Liu Gang. You have a very systematic analysis. You have made a lot of research, and we have a really a deep culture of diet culinary. The floor is yours. So can you guys hear me? Yes. Okay, so I will start my sharing. I'm Liu Gang. I'm from Southern Denmark University. I'm from the Department of the Green Technology. So today, my presentation will be efficiency and sustainable transition of food system. First of all, system matters. And we are already talking about the SDG and UNFSS take this word food system into account. It's like you are touching the elephant by the blind people. If you want to define something, it's not only to define it from a part of the picture or out of a puzzle. We need to take a holistic awareness. And Dr. Fan, you mentioned about resources input to manufacturing consumption, but also it covers the assessment criteria, evaluation criteria. And many experts, the think tanks talk about animal welfare, food security, and addressing the climate change, etc. When we focus on one specific topic, it's about food systems. Here from our research, there are many discussions. So for food system, what's the contribution of GHG emission? And it has so many different results. It covers different methodologies. And what is food system? Statistically speaking, we can see the food consumption contributes more than 10% of the GHG. And for food systems are responsible actually now for a third of the global anthropogenic GHG emissions. If you take this systematic approach, we can see that on the third row, you have different stages. Here listed here from production upstream, including the change of the land use, and also including transportation, processing, packaging, including retail consumption, and end of life afterwards. All of which generate the GHG gas. And also, correspondingly speaking, when it comes to different sectors or channels, it comes from different sectors, some of which are land-based, like agriculture, land-related, some of which are from the industry sectors, some of which are energies, some of which are waste. That is from IPCC, sector-based concept. And if we put together from consumption, manufacturing, etc., so GHG emissions varies from different process or sectors. Whether we only focus on CO2, methane, or non-carbon ones, it's IL2. What does that mean? And also, when we are defining this concept, and we must cover the system, not only the GHG of CO2, but the GHG of methane and the nitrous oxide example. It's not like touching just a part of that. And it's more about to avoid the misleading result. This is China's food system efficiency from production to processing to consumption, including domestic importation, including distribution. We try to quantify them. It's like a graph, a shaft, starting from the left to right. It covers different types of the foods. In terms of the efficiency, you can see that at the consumption stage, there was a very heavy waste. If you put them together, physically speaking, it can depict the food system. In terms of the loss and waste, you can see how huge it is. For FAO, it covers like 1/3 or 30% of the food loss and waste, right? In the supply chain from the field to fork. This is a very similar. China is 27%. The FAO is 30%. That has led to a variety of the environmental impact. This is from the ineffective, the land use, very land use of low efficiency. That has also led to big waste. It is even like the total area of arable land of Nigeria and France and Argentina, in terms of the carbon footprint, it is equivalent to that of the England and Australia. In terms of the water resources, the loss was as big as that of Iran. So after we're talking about the GHG as an example, but we can say when we're talking about food system shift or the shift towards more sustainable consumption, we do need a systematic approach. And it is of different colors. When we are talking about the environmental impact from the food system, is not only from the GHG gas, but also the others. And we have made also a 100% as the baseline, and to learn about a quantitative change from 2010 to 2050. For example, the first line, GHG emissions, by 2050, that forecast, for example, it's not updated. This compared to 2010, that was a big increase. Most of them comes from the animal products. And we're talking about the topic of the panel discussion to reduce the intake of the meat. Reduce meat consumption will help to control the GHG's emission and its environmental impact. And also, it's not only about the GHG, it's also about cropland use, blue water use. It's about nitrogen, the nitrogen's application, including the phosphorus application. The others are also very important. I have no time of sharing with you the details. It is a multi-dimensional one. And we have really different strategies. And we learned from the previous panelists of the following dimensions: reducing the food waste to increase the efficiency. 27% from China, the total waste. And we can increase the efficiency of technologies and know-how. For example, for plantation, we can increase the output. In the animal farming, we can also increase, especially the efficiency of technology during transportation and processing. We can raise the bar of the efficiency. That is really very important. And another important topic aligning with today's topic is about a different consumption pattern. From a US group, that's the guidelines, and the flexitarians. There are 5 different systems from GHG to land use, blue water use, nitrogen, and phosphorus application. And from the boundary, planetary boundary, it is very similar with that. So if we can reduce the food waste and also increase the tech efficiency, it is very important contributor. If we want to change our structure of consumption, we are not 100% vegetarian. We just take into account, especially shifting towards a flexitarian according to the nutritious recommendation and guidelines. The other is to have more plant-based but less meat. For example, listed here to have a little bit, especially less red meat, more white meat, and the dairy. Is to reduce the food consumption. It plays another important role. I only have 1 minute. I know. I hope I will complete. Do I need to share again? Yeah. Oh, I apologize. You have to share your screen again. Yeah. When it comes to the healthy diet, of course, we have vegetarian, we have the pescatarian, Mediterranean. It also contributes much better to both the health and the environment. I'm going to give you quick examples. To think small is very important. And especially when we're talking about environmental impact from consumption is to talking about the change of the structure. But how to prepare for that? This is a UK team and their result. You have different ways of cooking, which have different impact on environment, some of which may contribute 61% for meat cooking, how long, and also approach. And for China have diversified cooking approach. And how long you are going to fry it, broil it. And again, apart from changing consumption patterns, eat less meat, or have more efficient food intake is very important. And we take a meat example from Germany. This covers the food system. So not only becoming a vegetarian, it's become meatless, or turn from red meat to white meat. It has big positive environment. And if we put all of them into the platform among the models, this is a comparison in Europe, very interesting. Every week, let's say, the meat consumption shifted into the intestines of animals. The positive environmental impact is equivalent to that from the high-tech progress or advancement. Some of the media reported, if you eat pig's feet and a cow's stomach, can help save the planet. But for Westerners, their efficiency of these byproducts are very low, starting from the nose to the tail, from the leaves to root. These are the culture we have. In China, we can have a lot of takeaways with a positive environmental impact. Thank you for your attention. And this is a very complete system. And now I want to give the floor back to Xu Haiquan against the big paradigm shift, how to build a more healthy, sustainable environment that consumers are motivated and are willing to accept a sustainable and a healthy food. I believe, Mr. Xu, you have a lot of experience. I want to give the floor to Dr. Xu Haiquan. Hello, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. I'm very glad to participate in this event on behalf of the government. My topic is to optimize the environment, realizing healthy consumption. The food environment covers the physical environment as well, but also about the cultural, social environment. So these are the following 4 aspects I'm going to share. Number 1 is to build a healthy environment to promote the nutrition-guided consumption, nutrition-backed. And our consumption should be led or guided by the nutrition. We just take what we eat based on also the nutrition. It's more important. That's the overall environment. Starting from policy environment, from national government, we need to publish the strategies and the policies. And our government has launched one after another, talking about the Healthy China National Nutrition Plan and the strategy. That's the overarching goal to promote ourselves to develop towards a better environment, sustainable environment. We have we developed our Institute of Food and Nutrition Department, and we already worked out the 3 editions. At different historical moments, it helps to improve the dietary value and improve the healthy status of Chinese. So these are backed by the overall environment, and we need to work out some policies, including especially to reduce the consumption of unhealthy food, or even to inhibit, especially talking about to tax the sugared drink beverage. And WHO, who have already endorsed the taxation on these unhealthy beverages to reduce the consumption of these beverages. It's also to charge a 20%, right? We may vary from different countries in terms of your charging standards. And so far, many countries have already carried out their measures and got some successful stories. We haven't carried out these kind of taxation on sugary drinks yet. We are also discussing exploring the potential result if we impose these taxes.
And another is the advertisement on the media platform, especially some children's program before and during the program, we can have the advertisement on better food consumption. And actually, the current advertisement are more about unhealthy food. So the children are exposed to this unhealthy food promotion. So it's not very healthy. And in the future, they might have the decision making for the overly intake of sugar and other unhealthy elements. And we believe that the tax on the beverage containing sugar and regulating the advertisement can be very helpful. And we hope the national government can formulate some regulations restricting the advertisement. For example, at the peak hour prime time of the children's program, it is prohibited to have these unhealthy food advertisements. And we believe there's some space for improvement in China. Not only the TV stations, but also some new media platforms. We need to take effort to guide the public to make right choices of food. And also the physical environment. For example, in the offices, in the neighborhood. And what about the food options? And these kinds of food options or restaurants are very related to the healthy diet. If we do not limit the junk food restaurants in the neighborhood or in the office areas, then the people have a more chance to choose these junk food. And for the fresh vegetables and healthy food and fresh fruits, we need to increase the supply, make them more available. For example, in the neighborhood, in the community, we can have very convenient places to supply these healthy and fresh food. So that's to create a very favorable environment. And also the food consumption. And we needed to have the education to reduce the energy intensive food like the refined sugar, alcohol, and oil. They are only for energy intake, and it gives excessive fat intake for the human beings, and there's a limited nutrition contained in this food. In the past, people in China do not have abundant food selections, and the people need a calorie, so they prefer like a sugar or fat, so that they can get enough energy. And this is the tradition passed down from the last generation. And now we have abundant food options, so we need to consider for a balanced and a healthy diet. We don't need to consume so much food just for calorie intake. We need to control the consumption and reduce the consumption of the energy or calorie-oriented food, and also the dairy products and seafood. And in China, the animal-based food consumption increases quite quickly, and the intake of dairy products and aquatic food is not very rich. So we can take the dairy products to replace a part of the livestock proteins, and this is very healthy for the teenagers and for the elder people. And also the supply of the nutrition reinforced agriculture products. Based on the current diet structure, there's still a shortage of micronutrients. Then I don't think the nutrition supplements is the most economical methods. We hope we can cultivate better seeds, so and it can be micronutrition reinforced in the food produced. With this reinforcement, these folic acid or the zinc or the iron, these kind of nutrients in the rice can be 50% higher than the traditional rice. And also with these kind of a micronutrition reinforcement, we can solve the problem and we can offer nutritious, healthy food. And this will be the future work areas we will focus on in the future. So that's the 4 points I would like to share with you today. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Xu. Thank you for sharing with us your insights about food environment. Food environment is also the action areas of the UNFSS, and Mr. Jian Yi is responsible for this work. And tomorrow in the afternoon, we will have the discussion on this topic again. So thank you very much, Mr. Xu, for sharing with us that we have the shared responsibility as the shareholders in this food environment. Thank you very much. And at the 5th Good Food Summit, we have received a lot of best practice and projects, and we believe these efforts are very critical. And we have had the awarding ceremony, and we have been very much inspired by them. And due to time limit, I only have one question for our panelists. No matter for policy making or for research or for investment or financing, how to get all the actors or the stakeholders be involved, how to make sure everyone can contribute to the shift to sustainable consumption. And maybe we start from Dr. Xu. You have given us some policy making suggestions. So could you give us a specific example? Like maybe the NGOs or the communities, they can be engaged to the shift to the sustainable consumption. Maybe you can give us a simple example. Thank you, Mr. Ouyang, and I can give you an example. Recently, we work with the FAO planning department. We are doing the evaluation and assessment. It's in Dongxiang and is in Gansu province, and the local consumers take potatoes, and the people have a insufficiency of zinc. So we want to cultivate the zinc-rich potato as an intervention, especially for children. Like their breakfast, their lunch, their dinner all include potato, so they consume a lot of potato. We believe this kind of zinc-rich potato is an effective intervention. So that's my example. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Chen. So maybe Professor Liu. So in your remarks, you have mentioned the actions which can make impact, like cooking at home. And also you mentioned that in China, there are diversified cuisines. So is it possible that you give us some example? What kind of daily changes can maximize the influence? Thank you for your question. So if we want to change the behavior of the consumers, is a systematic, complex challenge. And I believe we need to share this information and make them available and understandable by the consumers. This is very important for us, the researchers. And in China's culinary culture, we can consider to reduce the food waste. Like we have the mobile phone apps for recipe, and we have at least 100 mobile phone apps providing recipe. And I only touched upon one dimension, that is how to make effective use of the ingredients. And I believe there are a lot of other aspects we can explore. So thank you, Professor Liu. Next, we want to ask Professor Fan. And if we calculate the value of the whole food system, and actually it has reduced the health or the wealth of the society, then how can transform the food system and generate a positive or add the value to the social wealth? But this kind of transformation requires a cost or investment. Then how can make use of the investment to empower the actors or practitioners? For the food and food production system investment, especially the government subsidy, is of a huge amount. There are around 700 billion and government expenditures as the subsidies for water, land, and chemical fertilizers, etc. But these subsidies are not healthy, and they have negative impact on the biodiversity law, because biodiversity loss and it's not sustainable. And we also have these physical support from the Chinese government. If we can use this money to support the best practices we see today, like the food education, behavioral change, and the food production system, how to provide subsidies and support the sustainable way of food production. Also, we want to support innovation, like at China Agricultural University or Zhejiang University. They also need to change their concepts, and they get funding from the government and from the enterprises. And we hope we can have the cross-boundary, cross-sector collaboration so as to have environmental friendly and healthy and fair, as well as a resilient food production system. Also, the NGOs, they also need to be engaged, and they also need to have a support. I think some of the incentives from the government can also be guided to support the NGOs. Thank you, Professor Fan. And maybe Mr. Xu. And the very important group is the children and the teenagers. And this group of people is one of the focus of the coalition under UNFSS for the healthy diet from the sustainable food system. And the children, the teenagers are the future of humanity. And so I guess you have organized a series of dialogue and consulting sessions. So what's the conclusions you get from your sessions? Can you give us suggestions to get the teenagers to be engaged and be the leaders in the future?
Thank you. I will introduce very quickly. Work with the UNICEF, United Nations Children's Fund, on also the dialogue we have in China. Starting from the children's perspective, how they view the current development of sustainable social protection about environmental impact, food waste. It's a social dialogue. It's about like a highlight the consultation, a collaboration among youngsters, starting from a very dedicated experts. They can have access to that, but from a very average youngsters, they already know about that. They have very high awareness. If we are keeping promoting that, the awareness raising, the communication, So we play a role of demonstration. Youngsters can have a strong sense of honor and a sense of belonging. They are the role models of themselves and to guide their peers to really exhibit their engagement. I think we participated in a lot of the research. Many of them are used to be just the recipient. And now in the future, I think they can really get involved and spontaneously initiate these campaigns and events to lead the peers. And I think it's very important to give them better environment, no matter from so the campus, society, and the community to give more opportunity of raise their voice. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your quick answer. It's very informative. We are running behind the schedule. I have to call it the end of our session. I'm looking forward also to a quick wrap up from Jianyi. I want to give the floor back to Jiaqiu. Thank you. Since you mentioned, we want to give the floor to Jianyi, who worked very hard. There's a time difference. It's very late. Mr. Jianyi, you can wrap it up. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Jiaqiu. Thank you, Huiyu. We really appreciate all the speakers. It's really excellent. From my observation, and we already have over 280,000 viewers on the main forum accumulatively, but the figure really matters for us. It has so much thought-provoking discussions on food system transformations. And it is still under discussed in China because it is really a significant topic. I'm at Harvard University, and we are carrying out a lot of research. It's a quite global renowned university, but I can feel in the field of policy, it is not discussed enough. So I'm so glad Good Food Summit will play such an important role. And it is also backed by the COVID-19 to promote it, to promote our philosophy about findings from our research and our thoughts on that. More people can see and have the visibility. Apart from important role it played by itself, and many people now have the opportunity of listening to so many the gurus. It is great chance. It's a really important gala dinner. So many great information to be remembered, and to give us really a important guidance. It's a spiritual feast. And there are so many outstanding best practice doers from China to learn from their best practice to give us more hope. And we hope that, and we can see that we are facing up against so much challenges. There are so many outstanding, the early adopters. They already have made their exploration in their fields. I think it is so important. It will resonate in the next decades. And I'm so glad to see that. Yeah, I'm also really touched, moved by these sessions. And for food system and food system transformation, it becomes more and more important in China as well. It covers multiple disciplinaries. We're talking about climate change, and our speakers, panelists shared so well, and who also shared a lot about the protection of the biodiversity. And I think I really like it. Without any change of our food system, can we not realize the SDG and the climate target? And we are very privileged to invite so many, especially the top-notch scholars. They are not only influential in China, they are very established players in this field across the world. We have invited the business leaders, the leaders from the charity, and even representatives from the UN. And I'm also so glad to invite them. And I'm very privileged also to witness such a half-day discussion. I think it is a determinant topic, and we hope that we will also play the dual role. And as we are supporting ourselves to build a better society and a community, especially to build a so-called civil society, and to have the aggregate of the NGO and institutions that manifest interests and the will of citizens to have more discussions and communications. And the Good Food Foundation is also really a doable player. And it is really based on the best science and evidence. And we are deepening our understanding about that. And I think scientific research itself is not enough. And we do need really more to champions. We need also to leverage these scientific research and findings, try to transfer them into government policy, consumers aware. And meanwhile, we need to turn their awareness into the behavior habit. It's also about world values. It's talking about the paradigm shift. And we do need to have better crossover discussion. Some of the schools said, you want to change your subjective awareness to change your views. It's very important. Change your mindset. Your mindset will drive your change in your habits, behaviors. Another school of thoughts is that we should not just put blames on the consumers, because consumers are facing up already a born environment on the food. I think that it is really a balance. It's not just about objective assessment. Sometimes it is built by the environment. As we are changing the behavior, and you need to change the environment. And in different fields, and you really need to change your mindset, but also to change your behavior, and to have very interactions in engagement with each other, especially to leverage our own the gifts, leverage our own strength. I want to use maybe 1.5 minutes to just wrap up what we have been doing this year. We just established the program team for Meatless Monday. Try to build it and connect the school catering, university catering as a very important hub. Besides, in the past half a year, and we have deeply involved into the UN Food System Summit. We have completed 10 sessions dialogue, as we just introduced, with the involvement of over 200 representatives. And also there are over 1 million cumulative views participating in the dialogue. And also many SMEs have shown, demonstrated their best practice. There are also 2 local enterprises was awarded as the top 50 SMBs or SMEs. And also there are many local players promoting the EU pledge. We published the case study. We are making also the best practice award this year. And the best practice from China will be introduced to the rest of the world. And also the UN FSS will be introduced to China. It's really a great interplay. And hopefully in the future, we are looking forward to working with all of you. Before I give back the floor to the moderator, and we will have also the following the sub-forums. Yeah, sub-forum where we will deep dive into different topics. Looking forward to meeting you, seeing you. Thank you. Thank you all for the morning session. Yeah, thank you so much for your wrap up. It's a very long morning. We are severely running behind the schedule. We also it's a great forum. It's okay. So that's the end of the morning session. We will only have some housekeeping announcements. We already have shown you the linkage of the questionnaire. Would you please also fill in the questionnaire? I want to give you 15 seconds to switch on your cameras. We want to have a quick group photo virtually. We will count 15 seconds. And we will just have a screenshot. I have 10 seconds. They're really great sharing from different panelists. Dr. Fan also has given us excellent sharing and talk. In 2014, Dr. Fan already has been awarded so-called Hunger Hero. So remember, even during the first session, our name is the Good Food Hero Summit. And now you deserve to be a food hero. As an average people, after the long morning, lengthy morning, you are tired, but you do have your own maybe feeling. It's okay, we still have the following sub-forums to help us to figure out the excellent contents. We're about to have the photo 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good Food Fund. Thank you, and see you in the afternoon.
结束了。
好了，谢谢啊，谢谢邱先生，
谢谢各位专家。
Good night，希望你得到安全。美国的疫情不容乐观。
谢谢各位老师，
谢谢大家，
谢谢各位老师，谢谢。